Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Yes, good morning. Good Friday morning. Yes, Friday morning. It's going to be a Fanatic family Friday. I'll explain more coming up in a second. Connor Thomas, good morning.
What's up?
The week is almost over. John Kincade's vacation week. He returns on Monday for what will be his final week here on 97.5 The Fanatic. So we will all be together next week as one big happy family before we send John off to college. We're saying, all right, go get him. Get those good grades. All right, yesterday, quiet day. Kind of needed it, to be completely honest with you. Nobody's complaining here that we watch sports all the time, to make that clear. Nobody's complaining about that. Oh, man, I have to watch another game tonight. Like, nobody's complaining. But it is nice, those once-in-a-while nights where it's just like, all right, I'm going to check the scores of what's going on in the rest of the league, but I'm not locking in. It was a nice day at the swim club yesterday. Winona Swim Club. Met Dave. Dave at the Winona Swim Club. Big fan of the show. Big fan of Connor Thomas.
Oh, shout out Dave. What's up?
He said he's my favorite voice on the show. That's actually live, but that's okay. I just wanted to make you feel happy.
That's kind of mean.
It was nice to just hang out, right? Like, Coop had a popsicle, a Sonic popsicle, and it was melting everywhere, and it was just a great time. And then I went to bed, and it was great. And then I saw the Braves won, and the Phillies are now 4.5 games back of Atlanta before the Phillies begin their 3-game series with the Yankees today at Citizens Bank Park. They need to start winning baseball games if they want to win this division, and they need to start winning baseball games if they want to calm everybody down. And that means themselves, too, because I do believe we are at a boiling point in this season when it comes to pressure. I feel that, right? I mean, look at the base running mistakes that we've seen. They're a bad base running team, period, but back-to-back nights having stupid mistakes, I think they are feeling pressure right now. I think coming out of the All-Star break and dropping 2 of 3 to the New York Mets, in which there's no way you lose that series. The Mets are 43-60 on the season. I think the Phillies are coming out the gate with their tails between their legs again, and they need to wake up, and it's got to start tonight because if you start dropping 2 of 3, 2 of 3, 2 of 3 again, because that would be the third straight series of it, now all of a sudden you're looking up, you're 6 games behind the Braves, and now we got to start talking about whether or not they actually make the playoffs, and I don't want to have that conversation. We had it on Monday. I don't want to actually have that conversation because I feel still confident that they make the playoffs, but they got to freaking wake up, and it starts tonight. All right, so today's going to be a different kind of day here on Kincade and Salciunas. Johnny the K not here today, and that's kind of part of the reason because, Connor, we need to start thinking about what's next, man. Like, John's final week is next week, and I would love to be as honest with you as possible about what the plan is moving forward. I still don't know. You'll probably find out when I find out about what we're going to be doing moving forward. But as you can guess, it's going to happen soon because football season's right around the corner. And if I have to peel you back behind the curtain a little bit, we're going to have this done before football season. We will know what the show is going to be before football season because you don't want to be 3 weeks into the season saying, all right, now we're going to start the new show. So that'll be taken care of. I can promise you that. And so today's a day where I want to get a lot of information from you, from our listeners today. From the faithful that are here every single day, or maybe from people that tune in every once in a while, or maybe some guy just put on the wrong station. He goes, what's this? And he starts listening. So today's a day where we get a bunch of information. I was not told to do this. It's not like my boss was like, hey, go on the air and find out what people want so we can hire someone, right? Like, no, this is just me doing it because I need the information for ourselves moving forward on Kincade and Salciunas and then what will be whatever the show's going to be, because I have no idea. So today's a day where we talk together, and there will be sports topics, I promise, but one thing that I really want to get to is what you want from us. Like, what is it that you want when you tune into 97.5 The Fanatic? What is it that you want? And specifically the morning, because there are different flows to different parts of the day, like drive time versus when you're sitting at your office. Like, do you want to hear heavy debate or do you want to hear like interviews, right? Like we have driving into work. You're getting your car. You're going to sit in traffic most likely for an hour unless you're one of the early birds like us and you're already getting to work. But we have a different kind of speed here in the morning, and it's probably why I'm in this chair because I am energetic as can be and I talk too fast and sometimes I don't breathe. And that's why when I was a kid, my mom would tell me to, breathe a little bit and chew. Like, finish chewing your food before you're on to the next point. It's probably why I got on the radio, because I couldn't stop talking. So I want to know, and the number's open, 610-632-0975, for you to call in, for you to text in. YouTube, I always take you guys into account, obviously. Big fan of the YouTube chat. I want to know what people want from this next show here on 97.5 The Fanatic, whatever this next edition of the morning show is going to be, because times are changing, right? I always see the why don't you guys take more calls? I would love to. Make that clear. I would love to. I would love to talk to more people, because I think sports is about community. I think sports is about family. I don't think it's I'm right, you're wrong, even though I usually am right about my opinions. What it all comes down to is we all love these teams. We all talk about these teams. We invest so much time, so much energy, so much money into these teams that it's why we tune in every day. It's why I'm here every day talking with you and you're talking back to me. It's why we do this, because we love these teams so much. We may have different opinions on it. We may have different levels of love. Like, I don't express my love by painting my face and screaming "Go Birds" every 5 seconds, right? Like, I that's not how I express my love. People do that in their relationships differently, right? There's things called love languages, right? People express love differently. People want love back differently. But we're all coming back to the common goal, and it's supporting our teams. So what I want to know is what you want from this next show. Like, I want this next show to be a big community. I want it to be you. I want it to be me. I want it to be whoever's next to me. I want it to be with Connor. I want it to be with Sean and Austin. We got Shukri in the back today. I want it to be a community. So what are some things that you would want on a daily basis or a weekly basis? And look, there are some things we're also going to have to be big boys and big girls about. Yes, we have to be critical of the teams. Yes, we have to point out, even after a win, some of the things that went poorly that they need to work on for the next game. And it's funny, Connor, because we are in such a great time, because we're experiencing winning and dominance for really the first time in a long time, right? Like, early 2000s Eagles, they were winning and there was dominance, but they didn't win the big one. Whereas now, the Eagles have won a Super Bowl. They've now won 2 Super Bowls, and they are considered Super Bowl champion contenders every single year. And because of that, we're like learning about ourselves a little bit. How do we handle being the best? How do we handle being looked up at instead of looked down at? And I don't know if that's changed us in any sort of way. I don't know if it's changed us, like we've gotten softer or we've gotten angry, or people that are critical of the teams, because I see it every single day. We are in a time right now where we're really experiencing something for the first time. It's amazing to me. Like, as an Eagles fan, Connor, you can walk around and not deal with the rings conversation anymore. Like, we have 2, not as many as other teams, but we have 2 in modern times, and there's a chance that we have 3 or 4. So we can start looking back down at other people. It's amazing right now.
I love it. It's a great place to be as an Eagles fan. And that's, the thing with that, though, is the conversation always gets replaced. There's always going to be something, which is why it's intriguing. And the Eagles are such a focal point in the city, because I guess the rings conversation has now become the Hurts-Sirianni conversation.
Sure.
So there's always going to be something, but it's a good time to be.
And the amazing thing about the Hurts-Sirianni conversation is that's also here. Like, that's not just a Cowboys fan talking smack about your quarterback, because we could do the same thing about Dak Prescott. The Hurts-Sirianni conversation is legitimate, and it's here. It's inside the walls of Philadelphia. I'm not saying the Fanatic, inside the walls of Philadelphia, where there's a legitimate debate about Nick Sirianni and about Jalen Hurts. And some people might say there is no debate because all they do is win. And then you start talking about how they win. And then you start talking about why they win. And then you start talking about the help that both of those individuals have had. And some people talk about that in a way to take away from them. Or there are some people that talk about it and completely ignore it altogether. They're just like, no, that has nothing to do with it. It's Sirianni's show. It's his stamp of approval. I don't believe Sirianni really does much with the defense at all. That's just me sitting in this chair. Anyways, I want to know from you at 610-632-0975. Moving forward here in the mornings from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., what is it that you want from sports talk radio? Whether it's topical stuff, whether it's the way we talk, which you can't really change how I talk, but, we could talk about topics and content and anger and debate and all that kind of stuff. There are people that believe you need to have two different opinions every single day. I don't feel that way. If we agree on something, it's, all right, what are the things that we can add to the conversation with? And that's how I like to do it, and I want to know how you like to do it. 610-632-0975. All right, I also have a list of topics today that kind of include all four teams. Again, the Phillies were off yesterday, so in terms of a busy schedule or quiet time, this might be, Connor was saying something to me before the show started, this might be the quietest day of the year. Like, do you think today, July 24th, or last night, July 23rd, other than the latest with LeBron James, which we'll tell you about at 6:30 this morning, what is it going on right now in Philadelphia sports that you're thinking about? Like, there really is nothing. You're right.
Yeah, it's just like the individual day, because tonight the Phillies play the Yankees on national TV.
Right.
If you call Apple TV national TV. So there's going to be something. But normally it's the All-Star break and that day after where none of the major leagues are playing. But because the All-Star break was here in Philadelphia and everything, we had a bunch to talk about. This is like the one middle of the summer. It's like, okay, reset. What's coming next? What do we need to jump in on? And we'll be right back after it.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll be right back. If we were on the air tomorrow and the Phillies lost again today, there's plenty to talk about because that would be another loss for the Phillies against another team with a winning record. But you're right. I mean, because of last night, it's like, all right, this might be the quiet time. This right now. And then training camp starts next week. So we've actually been really lucky when it comes to content. So one of the topics today, speaking of content, is the storyline that you are most intrigued by in Philadelphia sports right now. All right? And I want this from everybody. 610-632-0975, because this is one of these ways where I get to use you a little bit. You help me out today. You help Connor out today. Because even though it might not be my number one storyline, I get to react to said storyline that you want to talk about. This also adds to my ability to figure out what the hell you guys want from this next morning show. So there's two that are top of mind for me right now. One of them I've talked about over and over and over again since March, and it's Jalen Hurts' season upcoming. Jalen Hurts' upcoming contract renegotiation because he's not playing on this deal next year. So that's one of the big storylines for me. How does Jalen Hurts play this year? If Jalen Hurts plays well, all right, you're giving him $60 million. If Jalen Hurts plays bad, if Jalen Hurts is in the middle, kind of like, all right, they're winning games, but why are they winning games? Is it necessarily because of him, or is it because of the entire team? Could anybody do that? That's going to lead to some really, really fascinating conversations, and it's going to happen all season long, and it's going to happen all off-season in the winter of 2027. But then there's also the LeBron James storyline, and I can't get enough of it. I know there are people that are tired of it. I know that there are people that would like to just tune out and have, like we have Wake Me Up When September Comes, or When September Ends, for the Phillies. There are probably people that are saying, hey, wake me up when LeBron James signs, because then I'll react. Whether it's with Philadelphia, I'll react and celebrate, or if it's somewhere else, I'll react and I'll hate. So I get it. The LeBron James storyline can be exhausting for some people, but it is top of mind for me because I know that if LeBron James signs here, I'm talking about an NBA championship season. All right, I'm talking about getting to the Eastern Conference Finals, like almost locking that in, and then whether or not the Sixers can get to the NBA championship. If LeBron James signs here, I know that that is what we are talking about from now through May, and hopefully into the month of June, because that would mean they got to the NBA Finals. So that's why that storyline is so top of mind. If he does not sign here, I still believe this team is going to the Eastern Conference Finals as long as Joel Embiid stays healthy. That's a whole other talking point. But the way this roster is being built, with or without LeBron James, I'm expecting the Sixers to do something that they have not done in 25 years. And that's why LeBron James is top of mind as well. Connor, what about you? I know there's a lot going on with the Phillies. I know the trade deadline is coming up, but training camp's next week. Flyers, Sixers have a lot of intriguing storylines. What's the number one thing when I say, what are you most intrigued by in Philadelphia sports right now?
Yeah, it's this Philly season and what they do with it. the Eagles could have Jalen Hurts have a bad year and this offense not work out. And there's a part of me that says as long as Howie Roseman is the general manager and Jeffrey Lurie's the owner, they'll find a way to make something work. Like, I believe so much in the structure of that organization. Not that they're fully foolproof, but that they're not going to just fall off the map. If the Phillies don't win this year, right, like the Sixers now have not just present, but future. The Flyers have had for a while future. For the Phillies, not only is their roster going to be decimated, but they might lose a full year of baseball based on this lockout.
Yeah.
Like, this is it. Every other team, you can make up a cliff. You can have the conversation, oh, what if this happens? What if that happens? But there is a cliff, and it's for the entire sport of baseball. So if this team does not win this year, it is over.
Yes. I mean, I said that last year, and people weren't ready for it. Maybe it was a little premature.
Yeah, just a year early.
May have been a little premature. But yes, you're right, because everybody's gonna be 2 years older when they come back for baseball, and the guys that you're already looking at in age, they're not that good right now. Like, other than Bryce is having a hell of a season. Schwarber's having a hell of a season, but like Trey Turner,
Wheeler,
yeah, if he's here, I know he's now contemplating playing again, which that's why I a couple weeks ago John was like he's done. He might not be. And it came out again yesterday that he might not be. But when it comes to the everyday guys, the guys that you're literally relying on doing something every single day, Trey Turner's not that, and JT Realmuto's killing you. And those are two big contracts. Maybe not as many years for JT Realmuto, but when you come back from the potential lockout, if they don't play at all in 2027, that season doesn't count, which means he still has 2 years left on that deal. The 1 year doesn't just disappear off of his contract. He's still going to play out that contract and still get paid for said contract. So you're right, man. Like, if they don't win it this year, and it's why I keep on saying they have to be big buyers at the deadline. Because if you're not a big buyer at the deadline, then you're sending a message of, hey, let's see what we can do. You know, that Dodgers team's really tough. It would be hard to beat them even if we make a big move. So let's just see what happens. Let's just roll the ball out there and play. And that message will not be received well within the locker room. I really don't believe it. I mean, Bryce Harper's going on Mookie Betts' podcast and making the public plea of being big buyers at the deadline. I think that'd be a bad message sent, and you're basically saying this is the last shot. Because if you're not going to start being aggressive at the deadline now, that means you're thinking more about the future, and you're thinking about holding on to the very limited prospects that you have right now in your farm system. All right, the number one storyline that you are most intrigued by right now. I gave you the Hurts, I gave you the LeBron, and Connor gave you the Phillies, not just trade deadline, but the fact that this could be it this season. It's not could. This will be it for the Phillies, and that's why we talked about it on Monday. If they don't end up winning a World Series, is this entire era considered a failure? And I would say yes, considering all the players, all the money that's been spent on this team from the ownership group, and Dave Dombrowski being the big president of baseball operations. It's much like the Sixers and Daryl Morey. You brought in the big guy that was supposed to be the reason why you finally won. And if they don't win, it's a failure. 610-632-0975. Now, something else that we're doing today. Again, Fanatic family. All right, we're all a part of the show today. It's a Fanatic community show. It's something that I really want to do moving forward. All right, where we're all in this together. Family and friends means a big responsibility sometimes, Connor. We're giving you the aux cord today. Not you, Connor, you, the listener. So yesterday, I mowed my lawn. Sean Brace was very jealous when I mowed my lawn yesterday because his neighbors aren't mowing theirs. I mowed my lawn yesterday. I was having nice ice cold beer out back. It was wonderful. And Connor, my neighbors behind my house, if I'm facing my backyard, slightly to my right, great people. They were playing some music. They were by the pool. And they have high school kids that live there. Dude, when I tell you, they must have just found a playlist that was 2008 to 2012 Clearview Regional High School. And I'm sure same with Rancocas Valley and everywhere in the United States.
The soundtrack to an 0 for football season.
Brother, it was every hip-hop song, every pop song, every, like, who were some of the boy bands, like Plain White Tees, it was, they must have searched like 2010s playlist or like 2008 playlist, 2009 playlist. So today, you'll get the aux cord, but it's got to be within that era. I want to relive high school with music today. Connor, I want you to relive high school with music today. I need you to text into the Davis Honda text line, where you can feel the Davis difference by checking them out in Burlington. Text into the Davis Honda text line your song requests, and Connor will play them coming out of commercial break. All right? It's going to be anything from 08 to 12, something that we can all bop to. All right? It's a Friday in the summer. There's going to be people getting ready, driving down the shore this morning. I want them to hear music that puts a smile on their face, music that brings them back a little bit, whether you were in high school, whether you were in middle school. Maybe there's some people that were like 50 years old, and they were probably hating that music for all I know, but they're going to relive it today. 08 to 12. The high school era of Andrew Salciunas and Connor Thomas. That's the music that we're coming back with today, but you got to be the one that pick it. So text in 610-632-0975. It's like we're a music station today. It's a You Call It Friday. Send them in. We'll play them. All right, coming up next, couple of responses on YouTube about what you want from us here on the show. And I will debate some of these with you. Like, hey, no, we have to do that. Or, I don't know if that's a great idea. But that's why it's a community, because we can all talk about it together. Also, LeBron James. Shams gave an update yesterday, shooting down a report that came out earlier this week. I'm glad that happened, because I don't need to deal with this nonsense at this stage of the LeBron sweepstakes. It is Kincade Salciunas, Johnny out. He'll be back on Monday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Phil's back in action. I'm Connor Thomas. The Phillies had the day off yesterday following their series loss to the Dodgers. They'll start a series against the Yankees tonight at the bank, a 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Jesus Luzardo on the mound against Cam Schlittler. A great matchup there in the pitching docket. The team the Phils are chasing was in action yesterday, with the Braves picking up another half game by beating the Padres 6-5. Phils are now 4.5 back in the NL East and currently hold the second wild card spot in the National League. Another day of no LeBron James decision, of course, as we've been continuing to wait for what he's going to do next. Shams Charania joined the Pat McAfee show, and he talked about where the process currently stands.
Now that we're 20 days in, there's nothing left. The teams are the teams. The information's the information. LeBron has everything he needs to make a decision.
We'll keep you updated on anything we're hearing. The Eagles are just 4 days away from reporting to training camp to start their true preparation for a huge season. And the Union hosts the Seattle Sounders tomorrow night at 7:30. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Amy Fadul will join us from the 8 o'clock hour till the end of the show. I'm Connor Thomas on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
hour of Kincade Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro.
All right, 6:30 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, we're going to call a little bit of an audible with the Fanatic Family Friday aux cord. I asked for like 08 to 12 specifically. Like this playlist that came out throughout high school. These are those songs that played on the radio. These were the songs that were played at every party. These were the songs played at every Sweet 16, at every graduation party, you name it. And then people on the Davis Honda text line started texting in songs from like the 90s. So you know what? Who cares about me? The number one song for you in your high school days, whatever year it was, all right? Like whatever year it was, because I don't want to single other people out and just make it about Connor and me. And the people that are also in their early 30s. The number one song from your high school days that you played on repeat, text them into the Davis Honda text line at 610-632-0975, and Connor will play them coming out of commercial break today. Who sings Party Rock Anthem? Who is that?
That's LMFAO.
Of course. Household name. I do remember the song. I just didn't know.
They were hot for a second there.
Yeah, I just didn't. When it comes to music, I can sing you every word to a song and not tell you who it was, like who the artist was. I could do. There's numerous songs. I have no idea who sang that, but I know every word of that song. That one's kind of easy. They say the same thing on a loop, pretty much, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
but
I mean, that's here and there.
That's pop music. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. All right. So, a couple of things that we're getting into today for this show here in the morning. Some things that you would like incorporated, all right? Now, there are some things that I will push back on that people are sending in, and we'll talk about that. But again, that's the point of a community, is kicking ideas around with everybody and trying to figure out what we want best. So I'll read a couple of answers coming up here. Also, the number one storyline that you are most intrigued by in Philadelphia sports. There was no game yesterday. There is not something that we came into here today to bitch about, right? Trey Turner did not make 6 errors yesterday. Bryson Stott or JT Realmuto did not run into stupid outs yesterday. So today's a day where I'm curious. What is the number one storyline that you are most intrigued about right now, or the thing that you keep on going back to, right? Like the Jalen Hurts contract thing is the thing that I always keep on going back to. So we'll check the Davis Honda text line and some of the YouTube answers in a moment here. But Connor, I want to play this audio from Shams because earlier this week there was a report from Kevin O'Connor. I'm not like calling the guy out saying he was wrong. We just have dueling reports right now. We get this. It happens. There were Shefty reports and other reporters when it came to A.J. Brown. Brandon Lee Gowton, I still remember, joining Middays with Marks, said that A.J. Brown was going to get traded. 100% A.J. Brown was going to get traded. He said that like 3 months before it happened, and there were still some people that were going back and forth between whether or not he was going to get traded. Everybody has different reports. Everybody has different sources. Everybody has different beliefs. You name it. So yesterday, Shams Charania, he was on, I think this was with Pat McAfee, right? Because Shams is on every show at this point on the network. And he was on with Pat McAfee, and McAfee asked him, hey, there's a report that LeBron now wants to add more to whatever team he joins. And that report from Kevin O'Connor was that wherever he went, he would want Kyrie Irving to be traded from Dallas to that team, or Anthony Davis from the Washington Wizards to that team. And when that came out, I was like, come on, we can't, this can't be actually true, right? Like, I'm not surprised. You asked me that yesterday. You were like, are you surprised? I was like, no, but why would they be saying the same thing publicly over and over and over again for a month now, that he just wants to find his way to mesh in with what a team already has? And the reason why he has a finalist of teams, it's because he's intrigued by the rosters and, of course, the destination too. So why would he have a final 5 teams where he's intrigued by those rosters, but now he wants to mix up the roster to get Anthony Davis or to get Kyrie Irving? It didn't really make sense to me. So here was Shams yesterday kind of cooling down that report a little bit.
Now that we're 20 days in, there's nothing left. The teams are the teams. The information's the information. LeBron has everything he needs to make a decision. The conversations have happened. They're not, from my understanding, my sources tell me that LeBron James his agent Rich Paul, that inner circle, they're not waiting for another domino right now. They're not waiting for Anthony Davis to get traded anywhere. They're not waiting for anyone else to move around anywhere. The teams, Cleveland, Miami, Golden State, Philadelphia, Minnesota, they're set. Those are the teams. Wherever he ends up, I mean, you're looking at minimum deals, you're looking at exceptions. The contracts are not going to be this grand part of this deal. LeBron James was very clear from the very beginning. This is going to be based on happiness in terms of chance to contend for a championship, a chance to compete at a high level, join a culture. That doesn't come from going to a team and then gutting that team from multiple different players.
So that's why I kind of had that takeaway yesterday. And it's also why we spent like maybe 14 seconds on would you trade Joel Embiid for Anthony Davis to get LeBron James here? Because I never really believed it. And it's no disrespect to Kevin O'Connor. He does a great job, covering the NBA. But maybe that was a source that believed that like a month ago. Hey, he wants to play with Anthony Davis again. He wants to play with Kyrie. Can they get the band back together in Cleveland where he and Kyrie are back together again, right? James Harden opts out of his contract. They're still waiting to see what LeBron James does. Then James Harden gets his. I'm not surprised. When you ask me that, I'm not surprised. But at this stage, I am. And that's why I didn't really totally buy it. And so I'm glad that Shams kind of shut that down yesterday.
Yeah, I just don't think there's anything ever off the table with LeBron James. I asked you yesterday, like, who's the most important person to the NBA, Adam Silver or LeBron James?
It's LeBron James because they've been trying to find the next LeBron since Zion came out of Duke.
He's not King James. He's God James. That might sound sacrilegious, but that is the reality of the NBA ecosystem right now. So anything he wants to do, any way he changes his mind will not surprise me.
Yep. All right. What do we have on the Davis Honda text line? Field the Davis difference. Check him out in Burlington. Give me a text on intriguing storylines. And then there's a couple of YouTube comments on what they want from the show. And I'll talk about those. What do we got?
All right. So the first person who checks in on the intriguing storylines says, whatever entices LeBron James to Philly is the most intriguing thing to me right now.
Yeah, because I'm curious. To that texter's point, it's not just basketball, right? Like the golf thing that Schefter brought up, I do think is a legitimate factor when it comes to the Sixers or where he wants to sign, right? Miami, he could play all the time. Philadelphia, he's playing inside the what are those things called? Simulator, the golf simulator, right? Like I do believe that's a factor. I believe rosters are ultimately the factor, but who is he most intrigued by? Like, is LeBron James saying Giannis or Tyrese Maxey? Because that goes a long way, man. Like, that's a big sign for us moving forward that if LeBron James values Tyrese Maxey that much. So I do think that's a really interesting point. Like, what is it that intrigues LeBron James the most if he were to sign here? And I hope that he signs here, and then we can find that out. All right, a couple of answers on YouTube, Connor, about the show and about Sports Talk Radio. So Bill chimes in, wants more calls for comic relief. All right. Same. Takes two to tango. There is a belief that we don't take calls because we hate callers. Not true. I know that I give opinions that get people going, and no, I don't do that for, like, oh, you guys say things just to get engagement. No, I just speak from my brain. My brain works in mysterious ways. Connor, you've worked with me long enough where I believe I am a fascinating individual that somebody would like to study at some point. Like, when it comes to outside of life, I'm a boring person. But when it comes to this job, like, my brain works. It doesn't slow down. It's why I have to do certain things at night, every night, just to fall asleep, because my brain doesn't shut down. So, yes, I too, would like that. So, yes, I, too, would like that. The other one, Mopar. No overdramatic takes. What does that mean? People, unfortunately now, if you give an opinion, it's a hot take. Like, somebody will find a way to call that a hot take. Last year, I guess you would say, when I thought the Eagles had a 0% chance of winning the Super Bowl, when was that? It was before the Bears game. Who did they lose to? Was it the Cowboys? I forget who they lost to at that point. But it was before the Black Friday game. I said 0% chance of them winning the Super Bowl. That may have sounded dramatic at the time, right?
I thought so, but I was there a week later.
Right. You were there 1 week
You
later.
just jumped the gun on some stuff, I'm realizing.
But I was right. And
Again, if you have an umbrella on Monday and it rains on Thursday, it doesn't make you smart.
But I saw that Eagles offense sucking so much that at some point the defense was going to get gassed. And what literally happened the next week? It was a short week. The defense was gassed. They couldn't stop the run against the Bears. It wasn't their fault. I don't blame the defense for that loss. I blame the offense being putrid week in and week out. So that may sound like an over-the-top take, but that's how I felt. So I can't just be like, oh, man, I don't want to say this because it's a little strong. Like, no, I got to say what I got to say, man. Like, that's how I feel. Austin Jones, our own YouTube producer, chimes in. For example, you got slandered on the most disappointing contract in Philly sports when my answer was Trey Turner. Yeah, why did I get slandered for that? I'm not wrong that it's one of the most disappointing contracts in the history of Philadelphia. Is that dramatic?
I mean, I don't think so. But
I feel
everyone
like
hears everything differently. You can't hit the bullseye.
Yeah, but why is that? Like, why has every opinion become a take? Why?
Because the world is what it is.
Like,
that exists bigger than us. We can't change it.
I'm not a reporter, right? Like, I don't come in here saying, "All right, here are today's headlines." That comes your way at 7:47. Like, I don't do that. I react, and I react as if I was sitting at a bar with you. Like, if you and I are drinking beers together and Trey Turner makes another error, I'm going to be like, oh, my God, this guy can't freaking play defense. Just like when I come in here at 6 o'clock in the morning, I go, last night, Trey Turner can't play defense. It's who I am on and off the air when it comes to sports. That's not going to change. So I'm curious. 610-632-0975. More on sort of the things that you want. And also, right now, our first topic, I have a list of topics today that include all 4 teams. What is the storyline that you are most intrigued by right now? We have a poll on this that we will get to on the other side. And it's really interesting because this isn't what team you're most excited by. It's not who are you happiest with. It's who you're intrigued by. Intrigue could be both good and bad. Storylines could be positive or negative when it comes to you being intrigued. So coming up next, we'll check more on the text line. We'll check this poll as well. And we still have a lot to get into. Don't forget, it's a Friday with Fadul. Amy Fadul will be in studio today from 8 to 10. And I can't wait. At 7:30, there's a big article that I read that I'd be curious that if this person read it, how angry they would be. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Johnny back next week, 97.5 The Fanatic. dude, come on. All right, if you're just tuning in, it's a Fanatic Family Friday, Aux Court edition. Oh, man. Come on. The number one song from your high school days. All right? Doesn't matter when you went to high school. Hell, you can give me 1920s. What did they call it back then? I don't know what that kind of music was.
Swing?
But yeah, the swing. Like if you were, God willing, you went to high school in the 20s and you're still with us, tell us about it. Tell us your favorite song. Your number one song from your high school days, and Connor will be playing them coming out of commercial break today. All you got to do is send them into the Davis Honda text line at 610-632-0975. Whatever era, doesn't matter. All right. What do we have on the Davis Honda text line? Feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. And we got to update you on the poll of the day, which is brought to us by Dr. Avidan Appel and the team at Iron Mountain Men's Health. And it's fascinating because today is a day where I'm trying to figure out what you want, like from this upcoming morning show, whatever it's going to be. I'm curious. And the poll is really interesting because it's going to also kind of help us figure out what the hell you guys want us to talk about. But what do we got so far on the text line?
Yeah, I swear to God. Hand to God, this is the first text that came in on what you want from the morning show. This is not just me. Todd in Virginia, who I assume is a real person, says the biggest thing I want from this show is more Connor Thomas vibes. And bringing the vibes is great. A great start to the day.
I love that your mom and dad are listening to the show this morning. I love that. It's great. They're a part of the Fanatic family, too. And it's nice that they are making up aliases so that they can text in.
Todd checks in the mail.
Great.
I appreciate you.
Good job, Todd. All right, let's check this poll from Dr. Avidan Appel. Connor, what do we got so far this morning?
All right, our question is, which team has the most intriguing storylines? All four teams on the table, leading the way currently with 49% of the vote. That's where I voted. The Sixers, 36% saying the Eagles. And then a major drop-off. 8% saying the Flyers and only 7% saying the Phillies.
So I voted Sixers as well because one of my storylines that I'm most intrigued by is the LeBron factor. And even if LeBron doesn't sign here, I am fascinated to see what Nick Nurse is going to put together from an offensive philosophy standpoint. Because last year, if you remember, whenever Embiid wasn't on the court, it was a lot of run and gun. And then when Embiid is on the court, it's that half-court basketball, but I didn't like it because they didn't have a true point guard. And I think Jaylen Brown coming in helps that half-court offense. I think it helps Tyrese Maxey. Even though Jaylen Brown's not a true point guard, he can handle the ball. Tyrese Maxey can do things off the ball, and he can shoot 40% from three for the first time since they had James Harden, which people seem to forget that James Harden is a big reason why Tyrese Maxey shot the ball so well from beyond the arc. So the Sixers do have a lot of intriguing storylines, and it's number one right now on our poll, which is cool. Eagles have a ton of storylines. I'm surprised that the Phillies are getting so little. I'm surprised only 8% are saying the Phillies because unless it's just pure exhaustion and just apathy at this point, that's the worst thing for the Phillies. But we're less than 2 weeks away from the trade deadline.
Yeah, people don't like this team, man. They don't like them.
Well, again, intrigue is not necessarily always positive. Like, you can be intrigued by a bad thing, right?
I wouldn't say that this poll is opening up to the negative storylines. Okay. How bad could the Phillies be?
Right.
It doesn't say intrigue to me. I don't want that.
Yeah, but, it is intriguing to me that there is a legitimate case to make that they should sell at the trade deadline. Like, that is an actual case. If they... we're going to go through it later on in the show, around 8:30. There was an article from NBC Sports Philadelphia, the names that the Phillies could target. And there is a major fall-off from a couple of names. And I go, if that's the best move you're going to make, then what's the point?
Right, but you're talking about intrigue from what we can talk about. Our polls for the fans.
Sure.
The people we're talking to are fans. They're not intrigued by how this team sells. If they sell, people are out. And they'll just be like, I don't care about the Phillies. Right, that's the thing. We've got to talk about them regardless of what happens. Fans can choose.
Yeah, no, you're right.
So
they absolutely can
the
choose.
intrigue to me is always a positive thing.
All right. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to my man Tasty Cake Dom. What's up, Dommy? Good morning. I imagine the Sixers are your number one intriguing storyline right now.
Yeah, they sure are.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I mean, yeah. I know you, Dom. At this point, I'm not surprised.
Well, yeah, and that's why I wanted to call in. That you're asking what I want from the show is we know each other we have a long history. We know each other, Connor too. I've been listening to you guys forever. I trust your opinion. So, Andrew, I can be very reactionary, right?
Yeah, like when they drafted Philon Jr., you told me you were out on the Sixers, and
Right.
now you're back.
That's me. But fortunately, like I have people, you included, whose opinion I trust very much. And then when something happens, I like to listen to what you have to say the next morning to see if we coincide. And, Andrew, like I said, I trust your opinion. Sometimes you can influence me. Sometimes I'm going to call you and say, Andrew, you're wrong.
Yes, and
But
I love that.
It's good to have that resource to listen to, to get where I'm at, where you're at, and listen to your point. Like I said, you can influence me to, maybe I'm wrong. Because God knows I've been wrong about. I mean, I sure was wrong about Ben Simmons, right, Andrew?
Same here, man. Same here. The Ben Simmons tattoo on my back, I got to get that removed at some point. Now, Dami, real quick, with LeBron, are you in the same boat of me? Hey, they're an Eastern Conference Finals team now. They're a championship contender if LeBron signs here.
Andrew, I envision it in my mind. And, I mean, you and Connor made this point a million times. As great as Jaylen Brown and Maxey are, they're not really facilitators.
Right.
LeBron is the second greatest passing forward in the history of basketball.
Yeah.
He plugs right in there, and I can see in my mind how this offense flows with him, and it's unbelievably exciting.
Yeah, no, it would work perfectly, Dom. And thanks for the call. Appreciate your insight. And of course, the number one storyline for him is the Sixers. I'm not surprised for Dami. But if LeBron James comes here, LeBron James is the missing piece for a lot of teams. Connor, hot take. There you go. Opinion, automatic hot take. LeBron James is the missing piece for a lot of teams. But when I say specifically for this team, like they don't really have that true point guard. And I'm excited to see what Dean Wade can bring to the team. Right, kind of like a mucker and a grinder, and can shoot the three a little bit whenever he gets his opportunity. But LeBron James is literally the missing piece for this team.
Well, he's the missing piece for every team.
I know.
Yeah,
I said that, but
I know you did.
Like, you need somebody that can facilitate, and that's my one worry with this team is I would probably trust Jaylen Brown a little bit more running the offense, but I still like it when it was him and Tatum. And they had guys that could be the point guard sometimes. Derek White would run point for them sometimes. Peyton Pritchard would run point for them sometimes. I'm not saying this is a bash of Maxey, but Maxey's not a true point guard. I've been saying that for years. And so, shocker, LeBron James is the missing piece. All right, coming up next, we'll get to more of your reaction on the most intriguing storylines in Philadelphia sports right now. What you want from Sports Talk Radio. But also, I will open up another topic because I have many topics that include all four teams, all the players on different teams. This is something where nothing will change, Connor, but it is something that we are just going to be honest about. I have my top 5 players or people that I'm tired of talking about, but still will regardless because it's part of the job. It's Kincade Salciunas. Johnny will be back next week here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Bills face the Yanks. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies had the day off yesterday following their series loss to the Dodgers. They'll start a series against the Yankees tonight at the Bank, 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Jesus Luzardo faces Cam Schlittler in what is a marquee pitching matchup. The team the Phils are chasing was in action yesterday, with the Braves picking up another half game by beating the Padres. The Phils are now 4.5 back in the NL East, and they hold the second wild card spot in the National League. It was another day of no LeBron James decision, but Shams Charania joined the Pat McAfee show to talk about where the process stands. Recent reports saying he may want the team he goes to trade for Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving. Here's what Shams had to say.
From my understanding, My sources tell me LeBron James, his agent Rich Paul, that inner circle, they're not waiting for another domino right now. They're not waiting for Anthony Davis to get traded anywhere. They're not waiting for anyone else to move around anywhere.
So what's the holdup? We're not sure, but we'll keep you updated on anything we're hearing. The Eagles are just 4 days away from reporting to training camp to start their true preparation for a huge season. The Union hosts the Seattle Sounders tomorrow night at 7:30. You can hear that game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Amy Fadul joins us from the 8 o'clock hour until the end of the show. This update is brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy. I'm Connor Thomas on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It is 7 o'clock here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Friday morning, where you have the aux cord, the number one song that you listened to during high school. Connor, is there a number one song that you can remember that was like, all right, I played this until, like, honestly, my iPod broke if you played it so many times?
I got to think. I don't really have one that comes to top of mind. I know the first song I ever downloaded, which was like 2008, was Great Escape by Boys Like Girls.
That was the first song you downloaded?
It's the first one in my Apple library. Always has been.
Why?
I don't know. I was...
I mean,
I was
you can
12
like any music
or 13 or something.
You can like any music you want. I'm surprised that was your...
I don't know, man. I was a 13-year-old kid. Kids do dumb stuff. Like, I don't listen to the stuff that I necessarily listened to in high school anymore. Like, all I listen to is country music now.
Well, yeah, like I'm a melting pot of music, like myself. Like, I listen to everything. Like, it's whatever I want to listen to. But like, I had my eras, and so 08 through 12, which was high school for me, big Lil Wayne guy. Yeah, huge.
Dude, I went to a private Christian school with 5 kids in my class until 8th grade, and my mom drove me to school, and we did not listen to the radio. She never has the radio on in her car. So I knew no music until I was like a freshman in high school. I had a really weird childhood when it came to knowing music.
That's fair. That's fair. I was a big Lil Wayne guy. Right above it came out when I was a sophomore or junior in high school. Like I must have listened to that song 6 billion times. So yeah, like that was high school Andrew. So curious, aux cord edition of this Fanatic Family Friday. Send in the song that you want to come from commercial break, and it was the number one song that you listened to in high school, whenever it is that you went to high school. 610-632-0975. Here's what we've been talking about so far this morning. We will open up another topic. I have my top 5 players, or people, I should say. Top 5 people that I will be tired of talking about on the given day. Like if this is a so-and-so day and we're going to talk about this person, I know that at the end of the show, I'm going to be spent. I know that I'm going to be exhausted. And I'll explain more why these 5 individuals, technically 6, well, technically more, have made it inside this list. But what we've talked about so far this morning, we're trying to figure out what the most intriguing storyline is for you in Philadelphia sports. Last night was a quiet night. It was a well-deserved quiet night for Philadelphia sports fans after dropping 2 of 3 to the Mets and then 2 of 3 to the Dodgers. And in the comical way in which they lost those games, I think we all needed a collective break from the Phillies. I think the Phillies needed a break from baseball. Kind of makes me think of the scene from Bull Durham where they were tired of playing baseball and they said they needed a rain out. So Crash went to the field, cracked open a beer, and then cracked open the sprinkler system, and they flooded the field. I think the Phillies needed a day off yesterday. It's just a shame that they're not playing the Marlins right now. They're about to begin a 3-game series with the Yankees tonight. So the storylines that you are most intrigued by, our poll, which is brought to us by Dr. Avidan Appel and the team at Iron Mountain Men's Health. The poll is strong as it always is. The team that you're most intrigued by right now are the Sixers. So I'm curious what storylines of the Sixers you are most intrigued by. What do we have on the Davis Honda text line with that? Also, our other topic is about this show, is about the station, but the morning show, because there will be a new one. I don't know when. I don't know who. But we're trying to, open it up to the community, some things that you would be intrigued by with this new show. I'm not asking you to name names. I see a lot of people saying that there is a reporter out there because she was canoodling with a head coach, and I don't think that's the route we're taking. I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know. But I'm talking about sort of the things you want from this show when it comes to topics, when it comes to the flow of the show, when it comes to other stuff. MBD chimed in on our YouTube chat, Connor, saying he wants more national news and college football talk. I would like to, but I also know how we tick around here. Like, if I talk too glowingly of somebody that doesn't play for Philadelphia, it comes off poorly for some people. Like, oh, what do you care about that? I mean, I'll use you as an example, Connor. Like, opening day in Major League Baseball, the best pitchers are pitching all across baseball, right? Like, it's the number one starting pitcher of every team all across the league. And you're like, no, it's only about the Phillies.
Exactly. Why do I care?
Exactly. Well, and that's my pushback to NBD. I would love to, but my own producer is like, well, I don't care that Paul Skeens is facing Jacob Mizorowski today. The Phillies are playing the Marlins.
Yeah, we don't get to worry about the good pitchers unless our team is good.
Yeah, but
right now our team's not good.
But I love baseball. And so, like, opening day is not Phillies day. Opening day is baseball day. I watch the Phillies. The Phillies get the big screen, but there will be another screen where I have, if it was Pirates Brewers, I'm locked in on that one, man, watching those two horses go.
Nah, I get lock-in time for one team and one team only, and that's the Fightins.
And that's
unfortunately sometimes.
That's why I'm not pushing back on you, MBD. It's just I need other people to buy into that, and my own producer doesn't even buy into that. All right, what do we have on the text line?
All right, so as far as the big storylines for right now in Philadelphia sports, this texter says anything but Jalen Hurts. The next time we should talk about Jalen Hurts is after week 1.
All right, say that one more time. The next time
big storylines. Anything but Jalen Hurts. The next time we should talk about Jalen Hurts is after week 1.
What if reports from camp aren't good? Like, it's a legitimate question. I'm not trying to be an ass. Like, what if you're seeing, like, there's a reporter out there that literally logs his completions, okay? I'm not going to read too much into that. But what if other reporters in the city are going, man, Jalen's really struggling picking up this new offense? Now, you're not going to change anything to the Texers' point. Like, we're not going to be like, should Andy Dalton start week 1 because he's having a better handle on the offense? But I don't think if Hurts isn't handling the offense well that we should ignore it. But at the same time, because I don't want to always lead with the negative, what if the storyline is like, man, Jalen Hurts is thriving with this new offense? That's a storyline that I'm going to be intrigued by to talk about, right?
I get it.
Because right now, my biggest question about this Eagles team is the passing offense, right? That's my biggest question, and obviously the health of the offensive line. But I know the defense is good. I have not lost an ounce of sleep over the defense, even with wondering what the safety position is going to look like, right? Because you've Drew Makuba and most likely Marcus Epps next to him. Cooper DeJean in base packages, which happens 3% of the time. Cooper DeJean's going to be in the slot majority of the time. But I haven't really lost sleep over that. Last year I was worried about edge rusher, but this year I'm not really worried about much about the defense. The offense, if the ground, I believe in the ground game as long as the offensive line is healthy. It's the passing offense that's been the struggle bus the last 2 years. So whether it's good or bad in training camp, that's a storyline.
Yeah, they're just game day fans out there. I'll give you an example. 2 of my best friends growing up, they're twins. They've been my friends since like first grade. They're big-time Philadelphia sports fans, but they're very much in the casual zone. When Nick Sirianni was first hired, we were watching the week 1 game of that first season under Nick Sirianni, and they turned to me and they go, where's Doug Peterson? Like, some people only care once the game starts.
Yes, and that's why when part of the topic is what you want out of a sports talk radio show in 2026. And by the way, this doesn't just have to be like this morning show. This, like when you tune into a radio show that's sports talk, what is it that you want to hear? There are people, and last year was a prime example, well, they're winning. And it's like, okay, they're winning, but. And I'm not always a they're winning but guy, because 2 years ago, when they were winning with just running the football all the time, I celebrated that. I believe I said boring is good on these airwaves numerous times because the Eagles' offense was boring, other than Saquon Barkley's like highlight reel, like the reverse hurdle. But their offense was boring. There wasn't anything flashy about it. It was, we're going to run the football down your throats, and we're going to score touchdowns. And I celebrated that. Last year, I did not see that kind of stuff. And so there were people that would say, why are you complaining? They won. And I guess, are your friends like that? Are your friends a win or lose?
I mean, I don't really talk to anybody after the Eagles lose, so I wouldn't be able to tell you all that much. I'm a leave wherever I'm at and leave me alone guy.
Sure.
But, yeah, they get upset when the team loses.
Okay. No, but is it like, no, when they win, but it looks bad at times?
They'll get upset about that, too.
Okay. All right. Because there are some people that are just, why are you upset? They won.
But just there are some people that do not care about training camp, OTAs, any of that, draft, whatever. I'll see the team week 1 when they walk on the field, and I'll react to what I see on the field.
And you know what? I'm not usually a big training camp guy, but I'm fired up. I don't know what it is. I'm so ready for next week. I cannot wait. This season is going to be fascinating from a content standpoint for this job, but also, like, I'm excited because they're going to be good. It's not going to be like last year. I really, really, really don't believe it's going to be a struggle like it was last year. All right. What else we got on the text line?
All right. I'm trying to scroll through all these songs here. As far as the LeBron James conversation is concerned, this texter checks in, and they say, Ben in Bucks County, I think LeBron is more intrigued by VJ Edgecombe than he is Maxey. And the reason I believe that is VJ was just a rookie last year. LeBron could make him into a superstar. I think Maxey is a very good player already, but I don't think LeBron feels the upside that he could with VJ.
I don't know if LeBron's going to look at the roster and think about, I can turn that guy into a superstar or that kind of stuff.
No, he's not the coach.
But I get, it's a great thought about, is LeBron intrigued by VJ Edgecombe? And the answer should be yes. Like VJ, I think the league should be intrigued by VJ Edgecombe.
Sexy is out.
Here was a guy that got drafted 3rd overall in a draft where he could have gone like 7th for all we know. Like that area of 3 through 7 could have been anybody. Anybody could have gone. If the Sixers drafted Ace Bailey, somebody, who knows if VJ goes fourth or if Concanipple goes fourth. Like, who knows what ends up happening. That draft was so crazy with just the amount of talent that could have gone anywhere. And the fact that VJ Edgecombe played as well as he did, and not only in the regular season, but in the playoffs too, and he never seemed to hit like a wall. Like, there was a point, I think, in March, but that was also when he was the only guy still playing. Maxey was hurt, Embiid was hurt, Paul George was suspended. VJ Edgecombe was like the only guy on the court that was a consistent player. And if I'm LeBron James, I'm going, all right, the attention grabber was Jaylen Brown. The relationship, I know this guy's a stud, is Tyrese Maxey. If he's healthy, it's going to be good, Joel Embiid. But, man, that guy VJ Edgecombe, there's something about him that I was not ready to see just yet, and now I'm excited by it. So that's an interesting answer. All right, my top 5 people or groups of people that I'm going to be most tired of talking about. All right, you ready for this one? Let me know if I'm crazy for this. Now, when I say top 5 people that I'm, at the end of the day, going to be tired of talking about, it's usually polarizing figures in this city. But it's usually, I could piss off anybody with my opinion on said person. Like, there was a day, I love doing this job because people either hear what they want to hear or they're looking for something to be angry about. All right, so I could talk about a player, and I try to be fair. There are some times where I'm over the top harsh on a person. There are some times where I'm a little protective of a person. I think we all do that in fandom at some point. But I love that if you talk in the middle about somebody, you have both sides yelling at you. Like, I could be called a hater and a homer in the same day. And that's happened at times here at the station. There's deeper stuff, too, that I won't get into. But here are the people that at the end of the show I know I'll be tired of talking about. Number 5, Trey Turner. Because you can't ignore the fact that he hit 304 last year. The fact that the year before that, he had a really good season in 2024. But because of 2023 is so burned into our brain, we think he stinks because 2026 has not been going well either. But you also can't just ignore that he is bad at times. The other day when that video went out, there were a lot of Phillies fans that were upset that we were being critical of Trey Turner. He hit 300 last year. Why are you talking about him being a disappointing contract? Well, because year 1 sucked and this year has sucked. He's had 2 good years and 2 bad years. Plain and simple. If I'm paying a guy $300+ million, I want 4 years of good baseball, not 2 and 2. That's actually not good for a guy that's getting the contract that he's getting. Trey Turner has not played to his level of contract.
No, he hasn't.
He's not. But at the same time, you can't say that he just stinks. Because if you say that, then you're ignoring the fact that he has played well in 2 years as well. So Trey Turner's number 5, a guy that I can get exhausted talking about by the end of the show. I mean, just the other day, the guy made 3 errors but also had 3 major hits. He's confusing to me. Number 4, I have Bryce Harper. And the reason why it's Bryce Harper, it's not baseball. Bryce Harper, whenever we talk about him, well, the only baseball thing that we talk about him, unfortunately, is the base running thing. He doesn't seem to get enough credit from people when he plays good baseball. Whenever Bryce Harper's baseball gets brought up, it's about the bad base running, which I'll bring that up because I think it's horrible. But it's usually everything else. It's things that he said in the media. I don't really care about the pandering. People do, though. And that's not a shot at John. Like, a lot of people get annoyed by Bryce Harper, calling him, like, King Panderer, right? But Bryce Harper's also brought a lot of this upon himself. But there are still fans that don't want to say anything critical about him because he's Bryce and because he picked us. And so he's a guy that by the end of the show, if we talk about Bryce Harper for 4 hours, I'm exhausted. And how do you feel so far, Trey Turner, Bryce Harper?
Yeah, you know what? Exhaustion, I'll explain this when we get done with your list, is different for me.
Okay, that's fair. 3, sticking with the Phillies. But it's not a person. It's a collective group, the Phillies coaching staff. I'm tired of those topics. I this guy can't hit because of Kevin Long. I laugh at that kind of stuff. Like, no, I don't think Kevin Long really has much of an impact whatsoever. They break down pitchers' tendencies before a game starts. That's really it. But also, it's the manager's fault or it's the manager's reason why they're winning. Rob Thompson, it wasn't their fault, his fault that they were 9-19. Don Mattingly, it should not get a key to the city because they turned the season around. It's just how baseball is. It just is. And the old saying is a manager can win or lose you 10 games over the course of the season at 162. Now, come playoff time, it's different. But talking about managers in April, May, June, or July, I get exhausted by it. All right, number 2 is Joel Embiid, because there are people that think he just stinks. There are people that think he can do no wrong. And number 1 is Jalen Hurts / Nick Sirianni, because I do think those guys go hand in hand. There are people that are Jalen Hurts fans and hate Nick Sirianni. There are people that are Nick Sirianni fans that hate Jalen Hurts. And I don't know why we can't just appreciate both, but also point out the shortcomings of both. I don't know why we can't do that.
There's so much the same guy. Like, people get caught up in the personality because the personality is so different. The resume is the same. The questions are the same.
Yeah.
It's so funny to me that people don't see that.
Honestly, the questions are identical. Like, does Nick Sirianni win because of everybody else around him? Or is he the reason why everybody else plays well?
Is Nick Sirianni properly respected by his peers?
Right.
Is Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts, is he a product of the people around him, or does he make the people around him better? Is he getting respected enough? Where does he come in on rankings? Those two guys, it's content, and we talk about it, but I know that at the end of the show, it's going to be like, man, that was a day. Because you're either getting ripped for one take and ripped for the other take. There is no, you can't win a Jalen Hurts conversation. You can't win a Nick Sirianni conversation. You can't win a Joel Embiid conversation. And that's why those guys are 1 and 2. All right, what's your response?
Those types of things do not exhaust me. I like the arguments you can't win. Those are the ones I could have forever because there's legitimacy to both sides. The conversations that exhaust me are the players that there's no reason people should have the questions about that they do. Like, there's certain, and it's rare in the city, because and anywhere in sports, if LeBron comes here, he'll be what? Anyone who talks bad on LeBron at all, I'm like, bro, check the resume. They will be, and that will be exhausting to me. And the Kyle Schwarber leadoff thing is exhausting to me because he's good regardless, and the team's going to be good regardless. Trey Turner's exciting. I could do 4 hours every day on Turner, on Hurts, on Embiid, on
I'm not
Sirianni.
saying I can't do it. It's just I know that when I'm done, I'm going to read tweets, YouTube comments. You're going to get text messages. This guy's an idiot.
I like that. No, I enjoy that.
I do too. It's why we do it for a living.
It doesn't tire me, though, because that's more exciting to me than when somebody comes with a nonsensical take that does not have any legs to stand on.
Yeah, but sometimes I laugh at those. And that's the comedic relief that somebody would
exactly. But you laugh for a couple minutes, and then when you're on hour 2 of somebody trying to convince you Kyle Schwarber can't hit for power or something, not that anyone says that, but that's when I get exhausted.
Okay.
If it's a legit argument, I'm not tired of it.
Yeah, no, but you can. Okay, I love playing pickup basketball. It's fun. When I'm done, I'm exhausted. Like, this is fun. We live a dream, Connor. You and I, we get to. This is a dream that we get to do this. I still don't think that it's real sometimes. Doesn't mean I'm not exhausted by the end of the day. Like, when I talk about Jalen Hurts' struggles in the passing offense, I get eviscerated for it. And I know that I'm not wrong statistically, but they win. And then that's the trump card. It's like, all right, conversation over, I guess.
Yeah, that makes the day fly for me. I love when people are mad at me on both sides because that means we've had good conversation.
Hell yeah, man. All right, coming up next, I mentioned Joel Embiid is one of those guys that, man, by the end of the show, if it's a Joel Embiid day, I'm exhausted. There was a article on ESPN.com that I wonder how Joel Embiid would react if he was handled the article. Here you go, Joe, read this. What would his reaction be? We'll tell you what it is coming up next. Also, a big, big day in Philadelphia yesterday from a news standpoint, and it includes a news station. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A reset for the Phils. I'm Connor Thomas. The Phillies had an off day yesterday to kind of reset following their series loss to the Dodgers. They'll start a series against the Yankees tonight at the Bank, 6:45 p.m. first pitch for Game 1. Jesus Luzardo faces Cam Schlittler. Awesome pitching matchup for that one tonight. Meanwhile, while the Phillies were idle, the Braves were still playing. They picked up another half game by beating the Padres last night. Phils are now 4.5 back in the NL East and hold the second wild card spot. Trade deadline right around the corner, just little over a week away. Another day of no LeBron James decision yesterday. Shams Charania of ESPN joined the Pat McAfee show to talk about where the process stands.
Now that we're 20 days in, there's nothing left. The teams are the teams. The information's the information. LeBron has everything he needs to make a decision.
So we should get a decision soon, right? Right? Well, we'll keep you updated on anything we're hearing. The Eagles are just 4 days away from reporting to training camp to start their true preparation for a huge season. The Union hosts the Seattle Sounders tomorrow night at 7:30 p.m. You can hear that game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Amy Fadul will join us from the 8 o'clock hour till the end of the show. This update is brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy. I'm Connor Thomas on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
It's online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParx app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
See, I'm going to say this as respectfully as possible. My first thought is, man, when did you go to high school?
2003 was apparently the year for this.
So in case you're just tuning in, we want you to bring us back from break with the music. The other day, just yesterday, I was outside mowing my lawn, finished mowing my lawn. I was having a beer, and my neighbors were listening to what was 100% the 2008 to 2012 like soundtrack on Spotify. Like they must have just Googled that specifically, 2008 to 2012, because every song was a song that played when I was in high school. So today, as we come back from break, we're playing the number one song that you listen to, not like according to Billboard's Top 100. You're texting in the songs at 610-632-0975. This was the number one song that I listened to over and over again in high school. And man, 2003, a long time ago. Not to make you feel any sort of way. I was, I thought 2008 was a long time.
I mean, your co-host graduated high school in like 1972, dude.
You know, it's crazy. There are going to be people that have experienced this so much differently, like with music on demand, right? Man, it sounds so weird. That's old. Saying music on demand. Remember, like on Comcast, you could go to the music.
Never
stations?
had Comcast, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, there was like channel 400 to whatever. It was like different styles of music, different genres of music. You go on Spotify now. You can go on YouTube now. You can go do all that stuff. Whereas back in the day, my dad's told me this story a couple of times. Back in the day, my dad would sneak out of high school during lunch, and he and his buddies would go to like the local convenience store. He was in Delran, and they would I think it was Monday, the top 100 songs came out, and they would sneak out of school to get the newspaper to see if whatever song was number one. And then they would run back to class. Like, think about that for a second. And you could only listen to it on the radio or, cassette tape if you had one.
Yeah, different world, man.
Different world, man.
Now you can walk into someone's living room, say a song, and it just plays on some smart speaker.
Damn right, man.
Instead,
Exactly.
You should say, Alexa, play 97.5 The Fanatic.
Yes. Good job there, Connor. All right. So this morning, as I was scanning just sort of some content, I saw something regarding the National Basketball Association on ESPN.com. They did the 30 things we learned in the NBA this offseason, one for every team. It was written by a man named Ben Golliver. And I, of course, go to the Philadelphia one. So I'm curious to see what Ben has learned about the Sixers. And my first thought was, I wonder if Joel Embiid was handed this article, what his reaction would be. Because there has been talks about Joel Embiid and has he talked with Jaylen Brown? I know Tracy McGrady went on the podcast saying that they haven't. And then immediately every reporter in Philadelphia probably got the text from somebody within the Sixers PR department saying that's not true. They have talked to each other. There's people that were upset that Joel Embiid wasn't putting out a welcome to Philly tweet when he never does that. So we are reading into everything because this is a big trade. The trade for Jaylen Brown is a big trade. And so this was what Ben Golliver learned about the Philadelphia 76ers this offseason, Connor. The 76ers aren't Joel Embiid's team anymore. Here's what he wrote. Philadelphia's new front office executed one of the biggest moves of the summer when it traded Paul George and the draft picks to acquire Jaylen Brown from the Boston Celtics. The move made sense on many levels. Brown is younger, healthier, and more productive than George. It's so funny still trying to figure out what the hell Boston was doing. I still don't know why we have Jaylen Brown. And I'm not saying that in like, why did the Sixers do it? Why did Boston do it?
Nobody's had an answer for that either.
It's unbelievable. And they could talk about all they want about contracts and depth and all this kind of stuff. Brad Stevens, I get it. You still need good players to win basketball games.
Yeah, you want to be bad for 2 years instead of good for 3 because it saves you money?
Right. And then meanwhile, they give that guy the 3-year extension yesterday, Jared Walsh, I forget his name, for a lot of money. And he's an okay player. And Hugo Gonzalez is an untradeable player.
He started Game 7. They might be right about that.
Yeah, maybe. All right, it continues. However, Jaylen Brown's arrival introduces some new questions related to franchise center Joel Embiid. Brown and Embiid are both high-usage scorers who like to operate in the mid-range and get to the free throw line. By comparison, George is a more natural complement to Embiid. He's a better three-point shooter and proved willing to sacrifice shots during his Philadelphia tenure. Brown and Embiid could probably strike a quote-unquote two alphas balance if they surrounded by role players, but Philadelphia's loaded backcourt includes all-star Tyrese Maxey and rising star VJ Edgecombe. There's a lot of scoring talent on hand, and something will have to give. Put all those factors together, and Brown seemingly makes more sense for Philadelphia's post-Embiid future than he does as an Embiid sidekick. The next question is, when would a transition take place, given that Embiid still has 3 years remaining on his contract? I don't know if Joel Embiid finishes contract here in Philadelphia. I don't know. You know, we could talk about whether or not he should be traded, do whatever it can to trade him. When the season ended, I would have moved a pick to move Joel Embiid and then just deal with the last 2 years of Paul George, last 2 years or maybe one more year of Paul George, because I really wanted to kickstart the future of the Philadelphia 76ers. When you trade for Jaylen Brown and you get a legit stud in return, then that changes the conversation. Now you go, all right, if Embiid needs to take a week off, because they're not going to go 0-3 in that week. Because Jaylen Brown will win them games by himself with Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe. But to Ben's point, the writer for ESPN.com, it's not the Joel Embiid show anymore. He'll still be like the face of the team, I think.
This is my city.
Kind of like how Bryce Harper is the face of the Phillies, but Kyle Schwarber's the guy that a lot of people go to see play baseball. Like, can he hit 60 home runs? Can he break Ryan Howard's single-season record for home runs in a Phillies uniform? Bryce Harper's the face, but there's a lot of other people that you're going to Phillies games for. I go for Zach Wheeler stars more so than I go to see Bryce Harper, but Bryce Harper's still the face. I might go to see Jaylen Brown and Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe, even though Joel Embiid's the face. Does that make sense?
It does, but I don't think it's necessarily true.
Okay.
And I think if Joel Embiid read this article, I think he'd say, good. I think he'd be happy about it.
Yeah, I think so, too. There's people that think that he's, like, angry that they made this trade. I saw VJ Edgecombe win them a game in the regular season, and Joel Embiid, I thought, wanted to, like, pick him up like he was his own child. Because it almost seemed like, all right, I got somebody that I can lean on. Like, it doesn't just have to be me. And over the years, sure, Joel Embiid has brought his own issues, right? Some of the shortcomings of the Sixers have been because of Joel Embiid. But the facts are the facts. When Joel Embiid's on the court, this team tanks. Like, they plummet.
Yeah, dude, look how he came up. Look how he entered the league and the guys that were on his team. Ben Simmons doesn't like to play basketball. Markelle Fultz forgot how to play basketball. Like, there are certain guys, Tobias Harris, max contract, never performed up to it. If I'm Joe and I'm sitting here, you saw how he reacted to Harden being on the team. Like, Harden is not number one teammate in the history of the NBA guy. There are questions with James Harden, but that's a dude Joel Embiid loved to be around because he knows, hey, I can get the ball to this guy and he can go get a bucket and take over a game.
He had his best season because of him, too.
Like, Joe's been dying. People get this impression because he is this big personality. He loves to troll. He likes stuff to be about him, and that's, I think, every superstar athlete. Like, you don't get to that level without some level of ego higher than the normal person. But I think what he's always wanted and what he's gotten with Maxey, he had with Harden, he's seeing a little bit in VJ as a rookie last year, is I don't have to carry this team. Because he's probably tired of trying to carry this team.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think he also, if he wins a championship, I would imagine part of him wants to be the reason why. I'm not trying to do the A.J. Brown thing, but, like, remember the whole A.J. Brown thing? They won a Super Bowl and it wasn't enough because he wasn't really the main reason why. There is egos in sports. We know this. There is the alpha dog mentality, and I do believe that Joel Embiid has that. But I don't know. Is he at the stage of his career where he wants to be the reason why they won, or he just wants to win?
I don't think it's going to be the Carson Wentz, if I don't play, I'm upset about it.
Right.
Type thing.
Right.
Whereas, I don't see him as that.
Yeah, can you believe that they're winning without us? That's still an all-time bad teammate story. All right. One thing before we get to the Davis on a text line where you can feel the Davis difference, check them out in Burlington. We have a bunch of different topics going on today. Big news in the city of Philadelphia and of news, Cecily Tynan yesterday announcing that she'll be retiring A couple more weeks. I forget the date that she said. They were talking about it yesterday on Channel 6. But Cecily Tynan is retiring, man. I mean, she's been doing it literally our whole lives. Like, our whole lives, Cecily Tynan has been the weather person on Channel 6.
Yeah, legend.
Like, legend. Like, I remember a couple of years ago when I was producing for Ant, there was a big snowstorm coming, and we had her on. And I was like, oh, my God, like, I'm calling Cecily Tynan. Like, we had Jim Gardner on once. I was like, oh, my God, like, I got to say hi to Jim Gardner today. There are some legends, man, that are, exiting. And it's sad. It's always sad, especially because it's different for, like, television and news. Like, sports, it feels weird when a guy retires after you watch him for 10 or 15 years. Sports does end at some point. The news, it's like they could do it until they were, like, 90, as long as they can still talk into a camera.
Yeah, I got news for you, though, brother. And we're going to hear something about this in headlines coming up. Everything ends eventually.
Everything ends eventually. All right, what do we got on the text line?
All right, we have people checking in on what they want in the Philadelphia sports conversation. John from Tennessee says, I expect my 97.5 The Fanatic listening experience to make me feel like I'm back in the city. Aggressive but friendly attitudes, solid team analysis that is optimistic pessimism. We can do this, but here's probably what's going to happen because it's Philadelphia, and I just want to listen to the same conversations I would have with my friends.
And that's something that I've always wanted to do is I wish I could have a beer. Like, I could. Legally, I'm allowed to doing this show. You can't because you're the producer. That is illegal to have a beer while on the board. I could have a beer. It would be a problem, though, because it's 7:40 in the morning. But that's how I would like to do sports talk, is as if we were at the bar. And, like, when you get angry over a take that I have, I hope it's just angry to the point where you're not punching me in the face, but angry to the point where you might slam the bar table, and then we have to get another round of drinks to keep the conversation going. So I'm with you, and that's what I would like to do. But I want everybody involved in it. I want it to be a community. So one of our things that we're talking about as we start thinking about the future of the morning show, because I don't know what it's going to be, I want to know some of the things that you look for out of us. But we want you to be a part of it. 610-632-0975. All right, coming up next, it is today's headlines with Connor Thomas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Fanatic Pro Shop.
East on Ocean Avenue, where I used to
This was like an era where everybody sounded the same.
We were both 16
Right?
and it felt so
Yeah, pretty much.
Sleeping all day, staying up all night. It's the whiny white guy singer. Like, that's like, that
it
was
was
an
the
era.
Blake, it was the Fall Out Boy, like that type of. I think Fall Out Boy might have been a
Fall
little
Out
later.
Boy,
Green Day. was a little-
Green Day, Plain White Tees. Who are the? They all sound the same. It was the whiny white guys era. Staying up all night. They all sounded the same. Amy likes my singing. She's here. I wonder
I'm
what.
glad somebody does.
We have to figure out Amy's #1 song from high school. Like when she was in high school, this was the song that she listened to. Amy, this is what we're bumping back from break with. We're asking people to send it in to the Davis Honda text line. Feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. The #1 song that you listened to in high school. Whatever 4 years of high school you went to. Maybe 3. Maybe 2. However many years you went to high school, the #1 song that you kept on listening to. I told you mine was right above it from Lil Wayne. I listened to that song a billion times. Way too many times. All right, time now for today's headlines. Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
Oh, what do we got?
It's brought to us by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. He was big news in college football last year, even in the playoffs with his team, making it very deep. Ole Miss had a great season. Lane Kiffin, well, he didn't get to see the end of it because he decided he was going to LSU.
Hot yoga. Oh, LSU. Sorry.
Also, hot yoga. Hey, listen, it's good for you. I'm not going to knock hot yoga. But he's an interesting cat. Part
He
of the
really
reason-
is. The hot yoga thing where he feels the need to post a photo of him and his instructors. Hey, you do you, Lane.
Guy builds a culture, guy wins, guy recruits very well. He also gives very interesting press conferences. So with college football right around the corner, as football season gets near, you're starting to hear sound bites and press conferences, media availability
We
from...
got Nick Sirianni press conference next week. I think
yeah.
Wednesday morning, 9:30. He'll be late, but we might be able to air it on this
We
station.
got the media schedule email, so you're going to start hearing from the birds. Lane Kiffin was talking about just some life realizations as he makes the transition from Ole Miss to head coach of LSU football. Just a weird thing. You got to hear it.
You know, I watched the Hulk Hogan special, and I realized something. I was like, we're all going to die. And so some of the things that we worry about and what this person says and that, like, really aren't going to matter. When I grew up, there were 2 people that I thought just wouldn't die. My dad and Hulk Hogan.
When I first heard that, because I heard it on overnights, that I thought he was going to say my dad, my mom, like thinking about the parents. My dad and Hulk Hogan. I guess true. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, those are 2 interesting people. I guess, like, at that age, Hulk Hogan he didn't look human. I don't know who I would have. I think I always had an understanding that it all ends at some point. So I don't know who else I would have thought. I don't know who would have come to my mind with that.
Yeah, it's just a very interesting thought process, a funny soundbite there. Hey, there's a lot of ways to motivate people.
By the way, we do need Lane Kiffin to be like that, because when we lost Mike Leach, who was one of the most entertaining press conferences, one of the most entertaining interviews in college football, we kind of needed somebody. And so we got Lane Kiffin.
We absolutely did. We also have Luke Wilson, brother of Owen Wilson, who is doing the press junket currently because of the new show, The Hawk, on Netflix. He's on that with Will Ferrell and Jimmy Tatro. So he was on a Barstool podcast, like the Out of Order podcast, and he was telling a story about one of his breakthrough roles, which was Old School.
Yes.
Now everybody remembers the movie Old School.
Yeah.
And you remember the cameo by Snoop Dogg in Old School.
Yes.
Well, having him on the set was probably a pretty cool thing.
That was the scene where Will Ferrell got really drunk, and then we're going streaking.
Yeah, Frank the Tank was reborn.
Yeah.
Well, Luke Wilson didn't get a chance to experience what some of his other coworkers experienced.
Okay, I remember that night because we had these little trailers. That night, I was just kind of, reading, waiting, nothing's going on. I go down to set and, Vince was like, where have you been? I was like, I've just been waiting to get called to work. He said, I've been partying with Snoop. I was like, what? I thought he wouldn't leave his trailer. And Vince was like, yeah, that's where I was. I missed the party.
Could you imagine
awesome.
the FOMO? That's got to be an all-time FOMO where you walk out and Vince Vaughn is like, yo, I just been partying with Snoop in his trailer for like the past 3 hours, and you've been sitting around reading? That's an all-time miss.
That is an all-time miss. Can I tell you something?
Yeah, you can tell me anything. No one's listening.
I'm kind of scared to say it. But it's not shocking for me. I had no idea he was related to Owen Wilson.
Dude.
Well, first off, this
They look so similar, too.
I'm not like Luke Wilson's movie catalog is not as strong as Owen's. Like it's not.
Yeah.
Like,
Owen, the bigger star than Luke. For sure.
I loved Old School. Like that was a great movie. But like I guess when I was a kid, because I should have been watching that as a kid. When I was a kid, like I didn't see him and think of Owen Wilson, and he's kind of, I don't want to call the guy irrelevant, but like when's the last like Luke Wilson thing you locked in on? Owen Wilson's everywhere.
Yeah, he'll pop in every once in a while. He was he the main guy in Idiocracy? That was a solid movie back in the day. Old School's a great film.
Yeah. I haven't thought of that man in forever until he just played that clip. And I guess I never looked at him as Owen Wilson's brother.
There you go. Hey, you learned something new every day.
I just admitted something to you guys. How about that?
All right, last story here. I need everybody to take a deep breath before we do this one. This is about baseball, and it's something that we had to play as Philadelphia Phillies fans, because when anybody takes a shot at the New York Mets, you got to enjoy a shot being taken at the New York Mets, even when it's the commander-in-chief.
So I like baseball, but this guy's done such a great job. You know, the Mets have the highest salary in baseball, and they lose all the time on Friday.
The Mets will take a shot from any angle, from anybody, at any time. And as the number one Mets hater on this station, Andrew Salciunas,
yes,
you'll take any Mets hate you can get.
I will. Look, you're playing a clip, so we don't have to get into anything. You're playing a clip, and that's all that matters. And I love that the Mets stink is so bad that it's literally reached the top. Right? It's reached the top. That the Mets are so bad, and that I appreciate. I appreciate the hatred, and I appreciate how bad they are. I love that. So thank you, Connor.
No problem at all.
And that's all we're going to keep it at. Because you know what? We can do that. That's it. We can do that. I'm proud of us for it. All right, coming up next, it is a Friday with Fadul. Amy Fadul is in studio today. She's been in the sports talk radio biz for some time now. One of our topics today is, hey, moving forward, what do you want? We'll continue getting some of your responses on it. I've pushed back on some of the things that you've said, but again, it's all about community. Let's figure out what we want moving forward here on this station, on this show, moving forward. But I want to hear from you, 610-632-0975. I have two lists that I've thrown your way so far. The players that you get tired of talking about, but also the storylines that you are most intrigued by. I want more of your answers on that, but I also have to open up another one because you can be on two lists at the same time. One that's not so positive and one that is. Clutch factor. I have my top five. I'll run those by you coming up next. It is Kincade Salciunas. Johnny back next week here on The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Another big series. I'm Connor Thomas. The Phillies had the day off yesterday following their series loss to the Dodgers. They got another big one starting tonight. Yankees are in town. 6:45 p.m. first pitch this evening for Game 1. Jesus Luzardo facing Cam Schlittler in a great pitching matchup tonight. The team the Phils are chasing, well, they were in action yesterday with the Braves picking up another half game by beating the Padres. The Phils are now 4.5 back in the NL East and hold the second wild card spot. Another day of no LeBron James decision being made. Shams Charania joined the Pat McAfee show to talk about where the process stands, also refuting the reports that Anthony Davis is required to be a part of the plans.
From my understanding, my sources tell me LeBron James, his agent Rich Paul, that inner circle, they're not waiting for another domino right now. They're not waiting for Anthony Davis to get traded anywhere. They're not waiting for anyone else to move around anywhere.
We'll keep you updated on anything else we're hearing on the LeBron front. The Eagles are just 4 days away from reporting to training camp to start their true preparation for a huge season, and the Union hosts the Seattle Sounders tomorrow night at 7:30. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Coming up next, Amy Fadul will join us live in studio. She'll be with us for the rest of the show. I'm Connor Thomas on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Media Group station, celebrating 65 years of broadcasting. 97.5 The Fanatic.
It is 8 a.m. here on 97.5 now. What is this, Tears for Fears?
Yeah, you thought 2003 was old.
Everybody wants to rule the world, right?
That's correct.
I barely knew that was Tears for Fears, but I know the song. Good morning. It is Kincade Salciunas, Johnny the K on vacation. He'll be back next week for his final week of Kincade and Salciunas, and then it will be show. Because I don't know.
Show.
I don't know what it's going to be next. But what I do know is right now in studio with me, the great Amy Fadul. Amy, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, so today, it's a little bit of a different show today. There was no Phillies game last night, so there's nothing to bitch about. I already burned out all the Jalen Hurts topics this week, so sorry, guys. I didn't have anything else for you today. Joel Embiid, should we trade him, should we not? I didn't spend any time on that yesterday when the out-of-nowhere report came out that LeBron now wants Anthony Davis, and then Shams quickly shut that down last night. But today, Amy, a couple of things. I want people to be really involved. I'm calling it a Fanatic Family Friday.
I love it.
Because as we are entering an era where it will be a show, I'm trying to figure out what people want from said show.
The show.
Sports talk radio in Philadelphia is polarizing. We talk about athletes that are polarizing, and sports talk radio then becomes polarizing because then it's, you said that because you want to run them out of town. How dare you say that?
Right.
It's like, well, no, that's just my opinion, and that's what my job is. I'm not a reporter. I'm not an insider. I am a reactor. I have a microphone in front of me. Like you all out there, I have opinions on my teams. The only difference is I'm not always like, go Birds. Like, sometimes I go Birds, but man, can you please get a first down? And so people sometimes get upset. One of our responses from my man Mopar was no more like over dramatic takes. I'm trying to figure out what that line is, because if I think a team has no chance, I'm going to tell you that I think a team has no chance, even though it might seem a little early. So what we're trying to do today is get to the bottom of what people want from sports talk radio so that I can have an understanding of whatever the next show is. Hey, maybe we work some of these things in. So, Amy, you've been in the industry. The industry is everything. Right, it's
Yes.
radio, it's TV, it's writing, and now in 2026, it's podcasting, it's blogging, it's social media.
Yeah.
Right, like
For sure.
Jim Rome, who is a legend in sports talk, he's on Twitter. Like that's where his show
that's
is.
what he does.
It's not on a network.
Yeah.
It's literally on Twitter. So media is everything now. But you've now dipped your toes into the radio world. When did you start like coming in here?
3 years ago.
Okay,
Is that right?
and so like.
I'm looking at Connor like he's gonna know.
Give or take, I don't know.
I'm just curious,
Sure,
like,
we'll
what
go with
is
that. 2.5? Oh.
what is your takeaway? Because I'm sure you had an opinion on guys like me, like coming into it, and now you do it.
Yeah.
But you and I are alike because who you hear on the air is who you would get off
Yeah.
the air.
I think that's the best thing. In this town, you're nothing if you're not authentic. Like, it's just the folks out there, and this is not it's Philadelphia, only. I've lived other places, play the hits.
Yes.
That's what they say. And sometimes that's, getting the hot takes and whatever else, or saying something that, is going to elicit responses.
Right, gets the people going.
Which is fine. And I think that, you have to have some of that, but you have to do it in a smart way that's still authentic. And I think that what you see is what you get. So when, you and I have talked about this, when we're out and about in our everyday lives, people come up to you and come up to me and come up to Connor and whomever else, and they're like, oh, and they want to talk to you about stuff. The first thing, at least they say to me, is like, oh, you probably don't want to talk about this.
I hear it all the time.
And I'm like, oh, actually, I do. This would be great. Like, we do this because we actually love talking about sports.
Yeah.
And reporting on them and whatever else. So, yeah, I mean, I think that for me, the show, the Salciunas show, the whatever it is,
Whatever the show.
is going to be.
I don't even know if I'm going to be on it.
Exactly, it's true. It's just going to be called show. Not even because it's just like a show.
Yeah, it's a show.
It's just show.
We'll figure it out.
Just show. I think it's just about, it's funny that you said that thing about what Mopar said, these like, don't say like drastic things or really dramatic things.
Yeah.
That's, to me, like, that's who says what's dramatic. Because there's some people that say like, oh, the Sixers getting LeBron, there's absolutely no way. Why is there no way?
Right, there
That's
is a
dramatic to people. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's funny to me that I understand that. I think that's kind of one of those perception things.
I mean, yesterday, Amy, we were talking about this, about the Phillies' upcoming trade deadline. We took all names out of it. We were just saying, hey, do you want them to buy big? Do you want them to just get somebody? You want them to stay put, or you want them to sell? You could make the case for all four.
Absolutely.
Like, I think selling, I know they're not going to do that. But if Dave Dombrowski says, man, you know what? Like, we're not going to beat the Dodgers. I gotta regroup here. There's a lockout coming up. What if I can get a boatload of prospects for this guy or that guy? Like, I'm going to trade Brandon Marsh and Johan Duran because those are two guys that are cheap. You have them under control. It's because you're not going to trade Harper. You're not going to trade Turner. Like, oh, what if I did this? I can get a couple of good prospects, and then this could retool us for the future. Like, you could make a case. It would be the wrong answer.
Correct.
And I don't want them to do that, but you could make a legitimate case. I think one of the issues in society, I mean, Connor, you literally played a clip of somebody in society where it's like one way or the other during today's headlines. Unfortunately, it's no, you're wrong, period. Like, no,
right.
I can come on here and I could have done the why they should buy big show on Monday. And then Tuesday, I could have done the why they should sell show. And then on Wednesday, I could have done the why they should just make a marginal move show. I could have done it. I'm like a chameleon. I could have done everything.
Well,
why not? Why can't you have those conversations?
And that's the point. That last part of the sentence, it's a conversation, right?
Yeah.
It's not just a dictatorship of like, all right, well, this is how it is, and that's how it's going to be, and we want no input from anybody else. I mean, that's obviously the reason sports talk exists, is because people want to have their voices heard in a myriad of ways. Now, there's so many different ways to hear from people. Social media, call-in, texting. Obviously, we have like the Twitter polls and things like that.
We have voice memos like LeBron. Like, we have voice memos.
Which is great.
It's another way to be a part of the show.
And I think that those are really important things because inherently everybody wants to join in the conversation. The water cooler exists in a much bigger realm now, right? Everybody wants to have that conversation. We're lucky we work in a place where talking sports is what we do both on and off air.
Yes.
Right? Like we come out, you hang it out in there, there's always some conversation.
We're talking sports.
You talk sports. I'm sitting at NBC Sports Philadelphia. We're talking sports.
Yeah.
Then we obviously go on air and talk sports. So it's one of those things that everybody wants to kind of get involved in that. And I think that for me, that's been a kind of a fun aspect, dipping my toe into radio.
Doing this,
years
it's
ago.
fun because that's what it should be. Like, I get it. There's going to be days.
There's days it's going to be more,
reaction.
serious. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, look, in Eagles season, there are days. Like, I'll be honest with you guys. Like on a Monday after an Eagles game, it's like, hey, no fooling around. Like,
we got a lot to get to.
We got to lock in because I know a lot of people are tuning in today, and we have to react to it. Like, I can't.
And they want to talk about the Eagles.
Right.
Whatever
Like
happens.
today we're having some fun because it's a Friday in July and we're having people do the bump back music. But on Mondays in the football season, it's like, all right, music starts playing, light is on, react to whatever happened in the Eagles game the day before. So what do you want from a sports talk radio show? You try to program it for us. 610-632-0975. There are some things that we'll push back on, but there's some things that we'll take into account. Like, I think it's important to have these conversations because I want this to be as much of a community as possible. I don't know if I've mentioned this before, Connor. I am the longest tenured employee here at the Fanatic. So I feel like it is my duty to do this, to bring the people together.
I've heard that at times.
Have I mentioned that before?
Yeah, once or twice.
I'm a freaking cockroach, man. They can't kill me. All right, Amy, some other stuff that we're getting into. It's kind of a day where I'm including all the teams, including all the players. I started off with what is your most intriguing storyline, like your personal storyline that you are most intrigued by. I said the Jalen Hurts future because I think that's a fascinating storyline because the guy has been so successful in his career, and yet there is a legitimate case to say, hey, he still has to prove it, it's weird to say that. It's so weird to say.
He's been in the MVP conversation twice. He has a Super Bowl MVP. He's been to the Super Bowl twice. He should have, if they had won the first time with him, he would have been Super Bowl MVP that year.
Yeah, he'd be a two-time Super Bowl MVP,
yeah,
right?
There's no question.
And yet,
he's never not made the playoffs.
And yet it's fair to say, hey, the year they won the Super Bowl, passing offense was toward the bottom of the league.
Right.
Last year, the passing offense was toward the bottom of the league. What if it's 3 straight years of a passing offense that's toward the bottom of the league? If I told you, it's funny. I did this the other day with Brandon Marsh. Connor, if I said, this is the Brandon Marsh conversation, Amy. If I said you could trade a platoon player for a guy that's going to be an impact for you, either in the rotation, bullpen, or an everyday job, you would do it, right?
I would ask which platoon player, but yes.
But
on its face, yeah.
But then as soon as I say the name Brandon Marsh, it's like, no.
All-star starter, don't you dare.
Right. But if I said platoon player, you would say, yeah, of course.
Yeah, because it's a guy that doesn't play every day.
Right. But then as soon as I throw out the name Brandon Marsh, it's like, oh, no, you can't do that. So when it comes to the Eagles, I mean, you can kind of do the same thing. If I told you, hey, a team is needing to make a decision on whether or not they're going to pay their quarterback $60 million, and that quarterback has led one of the worst passing offenses the last 2 years, would you pay that quarterback $60 million?
It's like, no.
Everyone's going to say no. But then as soon as I say it's Jalen Hurts,
they're like, of course.
Of course you would, because he's a winner. And so, like, that's why that storyline is so intriguing to me. It's not because I hate Jalen Hurts. It's just this year is going to be whether or not he's going to get that $60 million a year contract moving forward. So what's the number one storyline that's been on your mind?
I mean, that's a really good one. And I think there's so many branches off of that because it's related to the receiving core and what the offense is going to look like with Sean Mannion. I think, to me, that the Sean Mannion conversation is one that I'm very interested in. But I think as a whole, if I just looked at, like, what am I most excited about or what am I most intrigued by, the player I'm most intrigued by is Riq Woolen.
Yeah.
I'm just fascinated to see how that's going to work because they already had a tremendous secondary, and now you're adding in a guy who just came off of a Super Bowl win. And I know he had some issues there and whatever else, but he is a very, very good player. And he's also massive.
Yeah.
Compared to the rest of the secondary, seeing a 6'4" guy, like, it's just mind-blowing to me. I'm just very interested because I feel like we have, and maybe it's just because there's so much talk about the offense, and the defense kind of is just unexpected. That's, to me, is like, I don't know.
Well, I said it earlier.
Or the offensive line. Those are two I'm like, I don't know.
I don't lose sleep over the defense. Like, I don't.
No.
But to your point about Riq Woolen, like, it's fascinating because if Adoree Jackson was okay last year, right? Remember the first couple games? It was ugly. Everybody wanted to get rid of Adoree Jackson. And then he ended up being the veteran NFL player that he was and actually played okay. If your floor is Adoree Jackson with Riq Woolen, which I imagine that he could at the floor be Adoree Jackson, you're a top 5 defense still. But, man, if he's the guy that came out of college and that rookie season that he had where I was watching this guy play and I said, this guy's going to be a stud, and then I was stunned in year 2 when he was not good.
Right.
And then he had a bounce back in year 3. And then last year he's on the Super Bowl team, but at one point he got replaced by Josh Jobe. If he is rookie year Riq Woolen, this defense will probably be the best defense in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, there's some – Seattle's still going to be up there and the Texans. But I think that there's no question the Eagles could absolutely be in that top 5 conversation, top 3 at that. I don't have questions about the defense. I don't want it to come across as that, but I'm very intrigued by how that's going to work because if it works, it really could be the best defense. And I think that says a lot about where this team could go and what they're capable of if you have one of the best defenses because the two teams I named were obviously some of the favorites. One won the Super Bowl last year in the Seahawks. Texans, they got clipped by the Patriots, but that was a really good game, and that was a good Texans team.
Yeah.
Who doesn't have a quarterback at the level of Jalen Hurts.
No.
So I don't mind C.J. Stroud, but that's I'm like, all right.
He's just come up small.
Yeah, like he burst on the scene his rookie year, and then every year since you're like, But the offensive line is something that intrigues me, too.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the one. Are they healthy? So let's check the poll of the day, brought to us by Dr. Avi Donapel and the team at Iron Mountain Men's Health. The poll is strong for 4 hours every single day here at Kincade Salciunas because Dr. Avi Donapel allows it to be strong. What do we got, Connor? It's similar, Amy, to the storylines conversation, but we're trying to focus in on teams here.
It shifted a little bit since the last time we checked it. Which team has the most intriguing storylines? 46% of responders still saying the Sixers, so they're still leading. 30% still saying the Eagles. They're still in second. But the two teams that were lower down have gained some momentum.
Okay.
13% are now saying the Flyers. 11% now saying the Phillies.
Yeah, Look, the Phillies probably should be higher because the trade deadline is less than 2 weeks away. But I do believe apathy has settled in for a lot of people. Or as Connor said earlier, they hate this team, and you're right. The Flyers, if the Flyers got if we ran this poll, 2 weeks ago before Carlson,
Right.
returned with Anaheim, the Flyers would
It
have
would've
a
been
lot more buzz. We need one rumor that the Flyers are in on one of these studs, and they would do whatever they can to try to acquire them via trade, and then that would skyrocket because the Flyers are bubbling right now in terms of interest. Just look at last year. Like, this city was painted orange when the Flyers got to the playoffs.
And it was so much fun. Let's be honest. It's always better if all 4 teams are going.
Absolutely.
I think that's something that you see and you're like, that's exciting. I do remember sitting over there and John was sitting in this chair, and it was towards the end. I think that they had taken Carolina, I guess, to the brink the first game or games. I can't remember if it was game 1 or game 2. I think it was game 1, game 2, whatever it was. It was a close game.
Yeah.
And Sixers, of course, had gotten worked.
Yeah.
And he was just like, what a difference. Like, Flyers are definitely moving up. And they were. Mm-hmm. And I don't mean that they're not moving up. And then, of course, Jaylen Brown comes to Philadelphia. And I'm like, well, that's. But
that
the thing is,
everything.
you can have two. I think people think it has to be one or the other.
Doesn't
you can
have to
have 2 parallel lines going up. That's totally fine. I think there is a lot of excitement around the Flyers, and there is hope. It would have been, great if one big deal had come to fruition.
Yeah. But you also don't want them to rush the process just to rush the process for the Flyers.
And last year was a surprise.
Yeah.
And I think that that's a really good thing, the way you see it. And there were some good things to take away. It is interesting. They both, Flyers and the Sixers, both won first round against rivals, and they both got swept in the second round. But boy, did they feel different.
Yeah. Oh, they absolutely did. But the Flyers were at least close, right? They're close in all those games. All right, so you mentioned the Flyers, and that leads me to my next top 5 list, Connor. I have the top 5 players in Philadelphia right now that I say clutch, that I feel like big spot. This guy's going to come through, whether it's one specific play, whether it's an entire game. I have my top 5. So at number 5, it is a Flyer. Now, the reason why he's only at 5 is because it's only happened once, and I got to see it happen again. But Dan Vladar makes that list because Dan Vladar got them to the playoffs. His ridiculous play the second after the Olympic break was the reason why they got to the playoffs. And then that man shuts out the Penguins in a game twice.
Yeah.
2 shutouts in the series against the Penguins. And that guy did almost everything to get them to the second round and then still played pretty well against Montreal. It's just the Flyers were never
Carolina.
They never got it out of the zone. Like Carolina was on the offensive attack. It felt like that entire series. So Vladar, in terms of clutch, all right, big spot. Vladar's got it. He's at number 5. Devontae Smith is at number 4. I think big game player. Like this guy come Super Bowl, NFC Championship game, any playoff game, I think Devontae Smith's going to win his battle. I think Devontae Smith, anytime the ball's in the air, is going to come down with it. Like, everything about Devontae Smith screams clutch, screams trust when it comes to their play on the field. Number 3, knocked down a peg a little bit. Would have been higher, but Bryce Harper's number 3. I still get that feeling of 9th inning, Bryce Harper's up to bat. Yeah. I feel like he's going to come through. Like, I still have that feeling. Baseball's harder. As you and I were talking about during the commercial break, like you could get walked. Is that clutch? You got on base, but is that Bedlam at the Bank wasn't Bryce Harper got to first base via the walk. Bedlam at the Bank was the home run that gave them the lead that eventually sent them to the World Series. But Bedlam at the Bank also happened numerous big spots ago. Bryce Harper has come up small with guys on base at times, but then Bryce Harper also had the Orlando Arcia night, which wasn't that long ago either. So Harper's 3. Jalen Hurts is number 2.
Who in the world is above Jalen Hurts?
I'll explain in a second. But Jalen Hurts should be either 1 or 2 on anybody's list.
Yeah.
Regardless of what you think.
Yeah, exactly. Regardless of what you think about Jalen Hurts, and you mentioned it earlier, there is one thing that you have to call him, and that is an absolute grade A winner.
Yeah.
There's players that have it and players that don't. There's players that have a lot of talent and just can't get forward.
Yeah.
No matter who's surrounding them. There's one of those that lives in Dallas.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
he's a really good quarterback.
He's a very good quarterback.
But melts.
There's one that lives in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Also very good.
Maybe in Buffalo.
You just can't.
Maybe.
But every time Jalen Hurts has been given the opportunity on a big stage, going back to college, he has absolutely stepped up and won.
Yeah.
It's remarkable.
No, absolutely is. All right, number 1. Anytime he steps on the mound, I feel like the Phillies are going to win when Zach Wheeler pitches. Literally anytime. And Zach Wheeler in the playoffs has pretty much backed that up. He's not won every game. It's not his fault that the offense can't hit. He's had one outing in his playoff career at the Phillies where he allowed more than 3 runs.
No way he should be one over Jalen Hurts. Not a single way.
Okay.
Because part of clutch factor to me is your ability to elevate in those moments. Zach Wheeler's always that guy, whether it's June, July, August, September, October.
Okay.
Jalen Hurts takes his game in the biggest moments to another level than what he does on a regular day.
Zach Wheeler isn't clutch because he's always good.
Well,
I mean, you basically
that's kind of part of it. Why is Big Shot Rob talked about as clutch, but some superstars in the NBA
the clutch
are
is
not?
defined as something you need him to do something, right? So every 5th day, you need to get a win. That guy answers. I don't understand.
And then every playoff start, I feel like they're going to win when he pitches. And if the offense just did something, they would win those games. That's why I have Zach Wheeler number one.
Let me ask you this, Connor. Was Brad Lidge clutch?
I guess.
Because he was good all season long.
Yeah. Yes. Closers are weird.
I knew that in the 9th inning, Brad Lidge was going to end the day.
But closers are weird because they're always in that situation.
Colby
every
Coles,
single opportunity.
Colby Coles has already chimed in. Connor, that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Well, guess what? I'm on a
He
roll
can't
this
be
week.
clutch
Let
because
me
he's
be
very.
stupid.
Was Michael Jordan clutch? I don't know. He was just really good.
He was just really
cool.
good.
All right.
I don't know.
Maybe. Hear me out. He's really good because he's clutch, and he's clutch because he's really good.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I'm not saying he's not, but I'm saying Jalen Hurts is a dude who outdueled Patrick Mahomes twice
Was Tom
in the Super
Brady
Bowl.
clutch? Like, this is hilarious.
I just know that when the ball is rolled out to Zach Wheeler, they
good
are
things are going to
more
happen.
likely than not going to win that baseball game, or he will exit the game with them in the lead or with a chance to win if his bats did
He's
something.
not going to blow up the game for you.
Yes. Like, unfortunately, because he was hurt last playoff, the last time we saw him pitch in a playoff game was that Mets series where he went 7 innings, allowing 1 hit, but because Jeff Hoffman peed himself, they lost that game. They should have won that game. Zach Wheeler, anytime he goes on the mound, I go, they're going to win this one. That's why he's the number 1 clutch guy in Philadelphia. And Jalen Hurts is 2. You're saying it's crazy that I have him at 2.
Ready? Here you go.
One for me.
I know. Everybody's offended by everything.
Yes.
Here it is. You ready? An adjective, U.S. informal, defined. Denoting or occurring in a critical situation in which the outcome of a game or competition is at stake. The player achieving, characterized by success in a critical moment of the game.
So it's not about how good they were in the year.
That's just wild to me.
Cody Ross, more clutch than Zach Wheeler, because Cody Ross was a journeyman but came through against the Phillies.
I'm not talking about Cody Ross.
Call
I'm
in
talking
now.
about Jalen Hurts.
All right, coming up next, speaking of the Phils, we have the queen of NBC Sports Philadelphia here. So we go through the list of NBC Sports Philadelphia, lists of names that they think the Phillies could target at the deadline. We will play thumbs up or thumbs down next. It is Kincade and Salciunas, Amy, and 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A big-time pitching matchup. I'm Connor Thomas. The Phillies had the day off yesterday following the series loss to the Dodgers. They'll start a series against the Yankees tonight at Citizens Bank Park. 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Jesus Luzardo facing Cam Schlittler. Marquee matchup on the mound for the Phils and the Yanks. The team the Phils are chasing was in action yesterday. The Braves picked up another half game by beating the Padres. The Phils are now 4.5 back in the NL East, and they hold the second wild card spot in the National League. It was another day of no LeBron James decision. Shams Charania joined the Pat McAfee show yesterday to talk about where that process stands.
Now that we're 20 days in, there's nothing left. The teams are the teams. The information's the information. LeBron has everything he needs to make a decision.
I know what you're thinking then. What are we waiting for? I don't know. We don't know. We'll keep you updated on anything we're hearing, though. The Eagles are just 4 days away from reporting to training camp to start their true preparation for a huge season, and the Union hosts the Seattle Sounders tomorrow night at 7:30. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Amy Padula in the studio with us for the rest of the show. This update is brought to you by Wawa. Hoagie Fest is back. Get a shorty hoagie, chips, and a drink for $6. Make it a classic for $8. Gotta have a Wawa. I'm Connor Thomas on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
is it?
That's a great question. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm assuming 90s.
You guys decide. I know it's Wu-Tang, but I don't know.
I want to say 90s.
So what we're doing today, if you're just tuning in, I was out back, and somebody in my neighborhood was playing like all music from my high school days, and I think it's high school students now going back in the day listening to old music from 2008 through
it's funny
2012.
because you'll see it on like TikTok or Instagram, and people, younger folk are discovering things that like Gen Xers and Gen Zers
Right.
and millennials know. Like I remember when I was watching something, this was a while ago, they discovered, it was like when a 22-year-old discovered Mad Dog.
Yeah. Oh, I remember
of course,
you telling me
everybody's
about
I
that.
was like,
yeah.
oh my gosh, you guys, wait till they find out Boone's Farm is. Like, it's going to be amazing.
Oh, yeah.
It was
You guys are gonna-
92 that came out.
That
by the way.
one came out in
92?
92.
Yeah, that was a little-
So what we're asking you to do is to send us the song that you listened to the most during your days in high school. By the way, Wu-Tang Clan will be in Atlantic City next month.
Oh.
I know that because my dad is an usher at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City for concerts. And my dad and Wu-Tang, I can only imagine.
Wu-Tang's for the kids. We all know that.
Yeah, Wu-Tang is definitely not for
They also
my dad.
ain't nothing to. No, I can't finish that one. But
Oh, no.
Amy, do you
make
have?
sure your dad knows.
You told me a great story during the break, but I would like to know what was your song in high school?
Yeah, so I grew up in Richmond, Virginia, just outside of Richmond, Virginia, and that heavily influenced what I listened to in high school.
Sure.
I was a boy band fan. I was younger years were New Kids. Then I transitioned to NSYNC and Backstreet. So Backstreet, definitely heavy rotation.
That's awesome.
But Dave Matthews was from Virginia, is from Virginia. My brother and my sister both went to UVA. So when I was in high school, they were in college.
Okay.
And Dave, his originations are Charlottesville, and he played Charlottesville a lot. And so I was a big Dave Matthews fan.
So the Dave Matthews rotation.
Heavy rotation.
That's
Heavy
awesome.
rotation. That and Pearl Jam, which was kind of.
Now,
Random.
Amy tells me during the break, she goes, I heard that your song was right above it from Lil Wayne. And that's whose walk-up song?
It's my 11-year-old's walk-up song because it's very important. So they had an all-star event earlier in the summer, and it's really great. And they have the kids do the walk-up song during it. Because not during they don't do it during regular season games, but during the all-star game, they had it, which was fun. So they had, a coach emailed everybody else out and said, all right, parents, can you find out your kid's walk-up song? We'll put it together for them to play when they're walking up. Which in Little League, it's very short walk.
Yes.
From the
right.
little fence area where your dugout is to the batter's box is 6 feet, if that, but whatever. And so I asked Sean, and he tells me it's that song by Lil Wayne. And I looked at him, I was like, I'm sorry, did you say right above it? And he's like, yeah, why? And I was like, how do you know that song? And two, why? And so he's like, well, let's play it. So I played it, and the very first line is, Kane is in the building.
And that makes
that
sense.
is his last name. And I was like, I get it now. Well, I thought very clever of him.
And the 12th word starts with an F.
Yeah. So we had the clean version, obviously. Not that you get that far in it, but yeah. So I was, he can only listen to clean versions.
Just play the
awesome.
producer tag over and over.
Yeah,
That'd be good.
exactly.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Found an article on the great NBCSportsPhiladelphia.com. We have the queen of NBC Sports Philadelphia to my left. This was written by Cole Weintraub, a bunch of players. So we're just going to do thumbs up, thumbs down. Even if you could say thumbs up to like 4 of the same position, just would you be intrigued by this person? Yes or no. So the first area was the rotation. Now, let me ask you this question before I even go through the names. Do you want a starter, like a starting pitcher? Because that's still the least of the ones that I want. Like relief pitcher is still number 1 for me, and the right-handed bat's number 2. Starting pitcher is the least of my worries right now. But I know the report that came out from Matt Gelb that the Phillies might be really interested in adding to the rotation.
Well, and I heard Ricky was talking about it too, like a starter that you can then transition to the bullpen. That's a unicorn. His name is Ranger Suarez. I don't know if he exists outside of that.
Right.
Really what you're looking for is, so that's very specific. That's a very specific ask because of a guy that you need him to start right now. And then when the playoffs start, you need him to go to the bullpen. I don't know that if that guy is out there, he solves two problems for you, but to me, it's the reliever is up there, but a right-handed. I mean,
Yeah.
it was every
It's
day.
only been 4 years.
Every day,
It's
I
only been
feel
4
like I
years
asked-
we've been asking for it.
I asked for a long defensive 3-point wing for the Sixers. I got one.
Finally.
Finally, I asked for one at the trade deadline, and now once again, this is me asking for a right-handed bat.
Yeah.
I
Well,
feel like I'm that Bernie meme.
we'll start with the starting pitchers. The first name that is mentioned is Brady Singer, right-handed pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds. Thumbs up, thumbs down. I go down. All right, we're all down. That's
Down.
3 people that are down. Could not say down fast enough for this next name, Robbie Ray.
I'm a thumbs up.
Why?
Because that's a guy that's been around for a while. He has experience, and if you need to throw him in a postseason game, I don't think the moment's too big for him.
Okay. And then
right.
you're going to do the Nola, Robbie Ray, right-left thing?
Well, you need a starter because if one of the top 3 guys goes down, you're dead. Like, that's the thing. If somebody gets hurt August 4th, you have no organizational depth pitching-wise, and there's nobody on the street. What was that?
Don't you put that juju on them?
Yeah,
I'm
don't
not
do
saying.
that.
Sorry. Knock on wood. But like, if somebody gets hurt the rest of the way, you don't have enough. You do need to acquire a starter.
All right. Well, I'm thumbs down. But those 2 players, just for the sake of the conversation, are free agents after this season, so it wouldn't cost you so much. Now, this next name, I can't imagine they're doing this. I don't know if Cole's heard something or has read something. Foster Griffin pops up. This stud left-handed pitcher for the Nationals.
That's a thumbs up.
That's a thumbs up. I just don't see.
I don't know.
I don't think the Nats are selling.
He's under control until through 2030. Like, unless the Nationals are just like the Marlins, where they're like, yep, nope,
Amy's
we're going
got
to keep. We're
thumbs
going to
up.
keep. Yeah, no,
That's really
the guy's
good.
the guy's a freaking stud, but like I
don't know.
I don't see why he's available. Me, thumbs down for the next person, Mike Soroka. Yes,
I'm thumbs
no.
up on that one as well.
Yeah, I don't mind him.
He can't stay healthy.
Well, they could give
Arm
him-
injuries. Now he's got a leg injury.
Oh.
Yeah, he's hurt right now.
Yeah, but you got nothing, man. You got nothing.
All right, then why were you thumbs down on Brady Singer if you got nothing?
I don't really like. He doesn't have the experience as much that I want to see. I want a guy that's been in moments before.
Okay. And then the last name that was mentioned, left-handed pitcher Ryan Yarbrough, who is a free agent after this season. He's with the
I'm
Yankees. I'm fine without it. All right. Right-handed bat. What is it? Elio Ramos. Elliot Ramos. Heliot with the San Francisco Giants. Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Big time thumbs up.
Yeah,
big
like,
I like him.
Yeah, thumbs up. He hits left-handed pitching well.
There you go.
And that's look, I would prefer a guy that's going to play every day and not platoon, but whatever.
That's what we do here.
That's what we do around here.
I want a Robbie Ray, Elliot Ramos duo trade with the San Francisco Giants so bad.
What are you giving up?
That's a wonderful question, Amy.
Okay. Well, this isn't a vacuum.
Yeah, so Robbie Ray's a free agent after this season, but then Ramos you have until he would be on your team.
Yes.
He's your next Adolis Garcia experiment.
2029. Well, not experiment.
Yeah,
He's
I mean,
here.
He's actually.
Well,
He
yeah,
would
but
be here for a long time.
I'm saying try him and then maybe turn it
Oh, I
back into
see.
a platoon, but he's the next guy you try to fill that spot.
Okay. Taylor Ward, I'm in. I've been in for 4 years.
Yeah.
He's.
I feel
he's
like
the,
his name always crops up.
Yeah. He's Zach Levine. It's we're the same person. We talk about him every
Perfect
single
analogy.
year. Like Zach Levine, could he be a Sixer?
Yeah,
Yes or
you
no?
never know.
Taylor Ward with the Orioles, free agent after this season. Luis Robert Jr. I'm out.
No shot.
No, I wasn't even like that high on him when his name first popped
No,
up. Was that
me
2 years
neither.
ago?
No, and the only thing I thought was the change of scenery thing.
Right.
That was the only thing I thought, and he is who he is. Like he stinks. Lane Thomas, it's a solid name.
Got to be in. Yeah, great name. That's part of the reason.
Yeah,
Have
that's
to,
it.
Have to protect the family crest.
No, he's a solid name, so I'm in on that one. Relief pitchers, Yenier Cano with the Orioles. I love Baltimore. So confusing. Great bullpen.
Yeah.
Great bullpen in Baltimore, but
Starting pitching.
starting pitching is not good,
No.
and they're not hitting enough.
And they can't hit.
Yeah, so
It's wild.
Kansas City's another one of those teams that'll just have like relievers or pitching, and then they just don't win
Dude,
anything.
Kansas City, them being the way that they are, is so confusing to me because you look at their roster and you're like, man, this team's going to be really good, and then they're never not. Now, speaking of Kansas City, Daniel Lynch the fourth is available.
I'm more of a third guy, but the fourth is pretty good too.
Left-handed arm. Eric Miller with the Giants. You could just take
Yeah.
everybody from San Francisco.
Apparently they're in sell mode.
Yeah, well, they stink.
Yeah, but you literally have named all 4 players for them.
Yeah. but their stink will be our
Come on over.
Febreze. I don't know.
Come on over.
And then there's like the long shots. And here are the names that he put out there. And I would imagine we all have thumbs up for all of these players.
Long shots, regardless of position?
Yeah, because the teams might not actually give them up. Like he has Aroldis Chapman on here. The Red Sox aren't going to trade him at this point.
It is remarkable, an aside, that he has been as successful as he has pitching the way he has for as long as he has.
Yeah.
We all thought, like, when he was with the Reds, that arm was going to be blown off and you would never see him touch 100 again.
No, he's never really missed
That was
time.
years ago.
Yeah, and that was when he was starting.
Yeah.
Remember,
wild.
They thought he was going to be a starting pitcher, and then they transitioned to just be a reliever. But Arozarena's on this list. O'Neal Cruz, Eduardo Rodriguez from the Diamondbacks, Joe Ryan from the Twins.
Come on through.
Ryan and Rodriguez what might actually be traded. It's just, do the Phillies have what it takes to get those guys? I mean, a lot of teams are going to be in all those players, but like, are the Mariners going to trade Arozarena right now? Like, I don't know. I guess is he a free agent after this year? Yeah, he's a free agent. Maybe that's what it is. But the problem with baseball right now, some people like it, some people don't, is the fact that every team's pretty much in it. Like, the Mariners are half game out of first place. Why would they trade away a player? But everybody's thinking about the lockout. Everybody talks about controllable assets. Hey, if we don't win a World Series this year, we're losing this guy anyway.
Right.
We might as well try to get something for it. But then you're also sending a message to your team saying, hey, we're selling. It's a tough spot that Major League Baseball has put itself in. It's exciting because more teams are in.
Exactly.
But at the same time, like, when you're the Phillies and you desperately need certain players.
It's hard. The market is, like, so volatile. You have no idea who's selling and who's buying.
Yeah.
And to the degree that they're doing either of those things.
There might be a team right now on July 24th that is a buyer. And come August 1st, they're going to say, nope, changed our minds.
Or a team that's a buyer, and then they're only like a little bit of a buyer.
Yeah.
Like a small buy.
This next week plus is going to change how a lot of teams view themselves before this trade deadline. All right, coming up next, speaking of the Phillies, I wonder if you can trade for a player that just knows how to play baseball and is smart. Talent be damned. Like, does this guy know how to run the bases? Does this guy know where to throw the ball if it comes to him? Yesterday was an all-time Ricky Bo rant, and I loved it, and I appreciated it so much, and I can't wait to play it for you next. It's Kincade Salciunas. Johnny Al, he'll be back next week, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Not only can you
It's 8:48.
What a like you if you don't know who that is immediately.
Yeah, maybe the most distinct voice.
Right?
Yeah, you're
the
out.
most distinct.
At least in rap. Yeah, gotta be.
So,
Gotta be.
if you're just tuning in, what we're doing today,
We're playing all the hits,
we're
everyone.
playing all the hits. It's 70s, 80s, 90s, and today. I could do that. by
Today
the
on
way.
97.
If I ever get fired, I could be the music guy. I could do it. I could hit the post. I believe myself that I could do that. Anyways, I don't want to offend anybody. We're doing the number one song that you listen to, not the number one top 100 Billboard song, the song that you listen to the most in high school. Text it in 610-632-0975 to the Davis Honda text line, and we are playing them coming out of commercial break. Unfortunately, how many times are we break an hour? 3?
Yes.
So there's 14 returns, I guess.
And we got
13?
earlier today coming up, so that takes one out.
No, we'll bleed that into a song. Screw
Okay.
that.
I got to do more math.
How many
back here.
texts do you think you've gotten today of songs?
I don't know, probably a good 40 or 50.
Unfortunately, we don't have 40 or 50 returns, and that's a shame because I would like to play everybody's song. And what's the oldest one you've gotten?
Tears for Fears was 85.
Okay.
That's pretty far back there.
Yeah.
All right, because I was wondering, would we get way back? Was anybody
Oh, like the 70s?
driving into high
Listening
school?
to like REO Speedwagon or something?
Somebody's driving to school and it's like,
What's that song?
fly me to the moon.
No.
Is that something
They
that
were-
people listened to on the way to
No.
high school back
They
in the day?
walked to school
Yeah,
when
you're
that was
both
out there.
Uphill.
Both ways.
Both ways through
In the
snow.
Okay. So they weren't listening to music.
No.
There was somebody singing it.
Speaking of old, Ricky Pitalico yesterday.
Hey, he said it. That's Andrew Salciunas.
I mean, dude, 96 was a long time ago.
Pissed me off.
All right, all-time rant yesterday from Ricky Pitalico. We know that if the Phillies have a bad loss or something bad happens where everybody gets angry, that post-game show on NBC Sports Philadelphia with Ricky Bo is an immediate must-watch because you know that the venom is going to come out of Ricky Bo. The biggest problem with Unfiltered is that it's not until 2 o'clock the next day, right? So, we all have it. Have you ever been in an argument with a boyfriend, a girlfriend, or a spouse, and, you're really, really angry, and then it kind of cools off a little bit? Well, Ricky, sometimes it's all the way until the next day where he has to find that energy.
Yes.
He tapped into it yesterday. Ricky Pitalico, after back-to-back days where the Phillies lost, the one was because of base running, right? The double play that ended the game. But then the Bryson Stott the next day where you had a momentum swing that just ended because Bryson Stott, for whatever stupid reason, runs into Max Muncy. I still don't get it. It was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. This was Ricky Bo yesterday reacting to the Phillies base running this week.
Man, does this tick me off. It does. Because fundamentals are part of baseball for all you newbies out there that think everything's about a propeller on your head and talking about numbers all the time. If you don't have the wherewithal of what is going on the field, the fundamentals are going to look bad, one way or the other. Bryson Stott cannot run into that play. You just can't. You have to. And what are you in a hurry for? Where are you going? Why make it out at third base? It's right there. What did you think? He was not going to see you? The Invisicloak was on? What the hell? You had to stir me up already. It's a laughing stock. How could you not be embarrassed if you're the Phillies right now? Fundamentally sound baseball sometimes looks better. You do things like base running mistakes on a constant basis. You heard the pop up the bunt, blah, blah, blah. Other teams start to notice that, wow, this team can't do anything right on the baseball field.
So I love that he talked about propeller hat people because it's true. Like, there is a belief, all right, this guy's...
Here are his slashes. He does this, and this.
So we need him. Yeah. Like, we need that. There are dumb athletes in all sports, and I'm talking about the style of play. I'm not talking about their actual IQ. Like, there are athletes that made it to the professional leagues, right? Mm-hmm. NBA, NHL, NFL, MLB. And sometimes those guys are there literally because of God-given talent and the hard work that they put into it to get to that spot.
Yes.
But then they don't really know how to play the sport.
Yes.
The guy that I always pick on, Dembona got to the NBA because of his athleticism and his hard work and his determination. And then I watch him play basketball, and I wonder when he started. Like, I wonder if he picked up the basketball this year, because there are things that I watch him do on the court, and I go, do you actually know how to play the sport of basketball? It's one thing to grab a rebound, block a shot, and shoot. It's another thing being in defensive positioning and
well,
how
that's
to
what
help and all this
that's
kind
what
of stuff.
separates, a regular player, just a guy, as my guy, Coach Lyon says, the Jag, the just a guy.
Yeah.
And superstar, because if you combine talent and the IQ of whatever sport you're playing, that's when you're approaching like the elite level, because you're supreme in your talent and in your wherewithal.
Yeah.
It was just surprising that it was JT that did it.
Yeah, and you know what? Like,
and he owned up to it. I mean, literally, I watched it, and then we all watched it, and it was like a little leaguer would make that play, because they didn't know that you could just stay on third base. You could just stand there, and
I don't want to excuse it, but I don't expect JT to do that ever again. But the problem is, I do expect somebody on the Phillies to do it again. And I saw it the next night. I'm not calling Bryson Stott a dumb baseball player, but the team collectively is dumb. Like, they are a dumb baseball team. And I'm glad that Ricky brought up, like, look, you can be as talented in the world, but you have to know you have to be fundamentally sound, because there is, especially in baseball.
The situations, you have to be aware of what's going on, where the outs are, to end the inning that way, when you could have just been on third base with a chance to tie it's just mind-blowing. You have to be aware. It's always what they teach you in baseball, the fundamentals. You got to be aware of the situation. Where's the ball going? Where's the out? What's happening? It's the one, I think, more than any of the other sports, you have to be aware of every single time the ball is thrown, what you need to do.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, this team lapses in that all the time. Like, you can't do like, man, that was just a brain fart. It's like, all right, well, this room stinks then, because there's lots of farts. Like, it's nonstop with this team. Sorry.
They've had brain Taco Bell.
They did.
It's not good for anyone. I hear that's going around.
Austin survived. I forgot to bring this up.
So far, so good. We'll see.
Austin survived earlier this week. He texted us that he was going to an establishment, Connor.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Yes.
Hey, well, it's not them. It's the lettuce.
Yeah, go ahead. Rip that company.
I don't know who makes the lettuce. Lettuce Inc.?
Yes. You nailed it.
Good job. All right, coming up next. I'm happy that Austin survived. Quick reset of our topics. But we're also going to open up another one that includes all the teams. It is one that people care about much more than I do. Like, I don't care about this topic, but I know that you do. And it's why this is a community show today, because I want everybody involved. The Philly athlete. The top 5 that are currently here that exuded. We'll get into that coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Phil's looking to bounce back. I'm Connor Thomas. The Phillies had the day off yesterday following their series loss to the Dodgers. They've lost 2 series straight coming out of the All-Star break, so they're looking for a bounce-back performance as the Yankees come to town tonight. 6:45 p.m. first pitch this evening for Game 1. Jesus Luzardo faces Cam Schlittler in a great pitching matchup. The team the Phils are chasing in their division was in action yesterday. The Braves picked up another half game by beating the Padres. Phils are now 4.5 back in the NL East. They hold the second wild card spot in the National League. Another day of no LeBron James decision being made. Shab Sharania joined the Pat McAfee show to talk about a recent report of needing Anthony Davis on the team.
From my understanding, my sources tell me LeBron James, his agent Rich Paul, that inner circle, they're not waiting for another domino right now. They're not waiting for Anthony Davis to get traded anywhere. They're not waiting for anyone else to move around anywhere.
We'll keep you updated on any news that breaks on that front. The Eagles just 4 days away from making news themselves. They report to training camp next week. True preparation begins for a huge season, and the Union hosts the Seattle Sounders tomorrow night at 7:30. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Amy Fadul in studio with us for the rest of the show. This update is brought to you by the Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Services. If you're caring for an adult with an intellectual disability, autism, or a developmental disability, you may be eligible for support. Visit dbhids.org/IDS. I'm Connor Thomas on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
That you want from Sports Talk Radio. I always see the why don't you guys take more calls? I would love to. Make that clear. I would love to. I would love to talk to more people because I think sports is about community. I think sports is about family. I don't think it's I'm right, you're wrong, even though I usually am right about my opinions. what it all comes down to is we all love these teams. We all talk about these teams. We invest so much time, so much energy, so much money into these teams that it's why we tune in every day. It's why I'm here every day talking with you and you're talking back to me. It's why we do this, because we love these teams so much. There's two that are top of mind for me right now. Jalen Hurts' season upcoming. Jalen Hurts' upcoming contract renegotiation because he's not playing on this deal next year. So that's one of the big storylines for me. There's also the LeBron James story. And I can't get enough of it. I know there are people that are tired of it. I know that there are people that would like to just tune out and have, like we have Wake Me Up When September Comes, or When September Ends, for the Phillies. There are probably people that are saying, hey, wake me up when LeBron James signs, because then I'll react. Whether it's with Philadelphia, I'll react and celebrate, or if it's somewhere else, I'll react and I'll hate.
Now back to the show.
Drumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life.
Louder.
With his words, killing me softly.
I love it.
With his song.
It's Kincade Salciunas on 97.5 The Fanatic. Man, it sounds so much cooler with this kind of music. With all due respect to... It's just saying, as we're talking about what you would like
What year
from...
was that?
So
99?
the original was 73.
Well,
that
yes.
was recorded in 96, I believe.
Okay. As we talk about, things we want moving forward, I wouldn't mind,
Putting in some,
a little bit more life.
a little bit more juice.
Yeah,
in the
coming
tunes.
out. Yeah. And I get it, because I know Scott might be listening. It's not like we're going to react to every song. Today's just a special day. It's a Fanatic Family
day.
Friday,
Family
where we
Friday.
handed the aux cord to the family members today. They're the ones
Yes.
sitting in the back. We're driving the car. But
Yeah.
the ones in the back seat get the aux
They're
cord.
appreciating.
And we appreciate you for sending in all these songs. Your number one song from your high school days. That's what we've been doing. We're not going to do that every single day. I promise. All right? But I do need a little bit more life. That's all I'm saying. All right.
It's participatory.
All right. You heard the reset of today's topics. We'll get back to our text line on all the responses on those topics this morning. It's 610-632-0975. What you want out of Sports Talk Radio moving forward. The most intriguing storyline for you personally in Philadelphia sports. It could be something that is so, back page of the newspaper, but it might be the most intriguing one to you.
Right.
I have those moments where every once in a while I go, man, we haven't really talked about this.
Yeah, but
So
I'm
let's
super
talk.
interested.
I love that you brought up Reek Woolen, because that's not going to be when you tune in at 6 o'clock in the
No.
morning. The Reek Woolen show is not happening.
It's a big. I'm just really curious. I'm very
Yeah.
intrigued by him.
Yeah, look,
Because
Makai, the rookies, Makai Lemon and
Lemon.
Eli
There you
Stowers.
go.
I can't wait to see
Yeah.
how much of an impact, because a couple of years ago, your rookies made such an impact you won the Super Bowl. It's hard to ever ask for your rookies to do that, what Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean did in their first years in the NFL. But if you look at the state of the Eagles' offense, you need one of the two
Absolutely.
to be a legitimate factor this year. Maybe not all pro or Rookie of the Year nominee, but I can't have Makai Lemon in week 7 still trying to figure out the offense. Drew Makuba last year struggled the first month and a half of the season. Then he started playing well and then unfortunately got hurt.
Yeah.
He was allowed to work his way into the mix because the defense was that
was the
good.
Yeah, exactly.
The offense, there's a lot of legitimate questions, whether people want to hear them or not, about the quarterback, about the state of the offensive line, about the offensive line coach. How does he get that going with the ground game? If Makai Lemon's learning his way through the league through 7 weeks, I'll be like, yo, I need you to come on,
to
man.
Pick it up. Well, and that's the promise of him too, is that he. And I hesitate to say he ran the NFL style offense, because I feel like almost everybody in college runs an NFL, but he really did.
Yes.
And USC is known for that. And it should make the transition a little bit easier, but the expectations are, whether we realize it or not, is that you have a giant hole, 1,000-yard, 11-touchdown hole. I'm not saying he needs to fill that completely, but he's going to have to do his part.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So what's the number one intriguing storyline for you? 610-632-0975. Keep sending them into the text line. All right, this might be controversial, but it depends on how you take it. So I have another top 5 list for you. That today's been a top 5 Friday, a Fanatic Family Friday, whatever iterations of the show you want to call it. I have my top 5 list currently of the Philly guy athlete. All right, the people that exude Philadelphia, but it's really up to you how you take it. This is just how I take it. And Connor, you and I have talked about this before. I don't give a damn about this stuff. I don't care about how you. It's an added bonus if you are like a fan of the city. It's an added bonus if you're a person that I want to have a beer with. But it's not what I need.
There's a guy that should probably be on this list that might not know what Pats and Geno's is yet.
Who's that?
Well, we'll get to the list. We'll react to it. I'm just saying, I don't care what you feel about Philadelphia if you win.
Right.
To your point. Like,
Yeah,
it'd be nice.
I just want winners, period. That's all I care about. You know, I have a couple of lines that I do not ever want to cross in terms of people off the field. But, like, other than that, it's, are you winning for me? That's ultimately what I want, except for a couple of lines that I don't want to cross. All right, number 5. In terms of Philly guy, like this guy exudes it. I already have VJ Edgecombe at number 5. The energy that guy brings, the relentless attitude, the lack of fear. Like, think of us. Like, when you think of a Philadelphian, there's things that you think of. Lunch pail and
hard work,
energy.
Passionate.
By the way, like, he's called the generator for a reason. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like VJ Edgecombe grew up in a castle.
Right.
Like, he grew up in some tough times when he was younger. So I put Edgecombe at 5. At 4, there's qualities, but there's also the longevity of him being here. I have Brandon Graham at number 4. Even though he's not technically active, I still imagine he gets picked up at some point.
We'll count him until he officially re-retires.
Yeah, until he officially re-retires. Brandon Graham at number 4, the smack talk, the talent.
The smack talk with a smile.
By the way, not just the smack talk to opposing teams. As Johnny Marks will be back on Monday, blocked by Brandon. He was the one that figured out how many people Brandon Graham blocked. Brandon Graham here is an underdog story. Maybe not nationally because he was a first-round pick. He went to Michigan, really good football program.
People thought he was going to be a bust.
But he was not Earl Thomas, and people were not happy with that. So it was an underdog story here. And what do we talk about Philadelphia? Underdog story.
I love it.
All right.
He's the best.
You better have 3 pretty damn good arguments to have guys above Brandon Graham. I'll say that right now.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that hard, actually. Okay. Number 3, I have Tyrese Maxey, the undersized guard that looks like Allen Iverson, acts like Allen Iverson, and who's our favorite player? A lot of our favorite players, Allen Iverson.
Well, also his rookie year couldn't get on the court.
Yeah, like 21st overall pick, even though if the tournament happened, blah, blah, blah.
I'm a firm believer in that.
Yeah.
But, fell to the Sixers at 21, wasn't known as a good shooter, which is incorrect, and then just developed himself. Got better every single year, turned into an all-star starter, one of the top 10 guards in the league. That's not a question to me. An all-pro, right? All-NBA team, second team All-NBA.
Yeah.
From a guy that couldn't get on the court a couple years ago.
So Tyrese Maxey at 3. Now you might think, he should have been higher. Number 2. Again, this is my list, not your list. You guys could disagree with me all you want.
Okay.
But if I think of Philadelphia,
if
I think of Philadelphia, I'll set it up before I say the name. Because if I say the name first, you guys might be, no, you can't say that. If I think of Philadelphia, we think of small, we think of fighting, we think of nitty gritty, we think of smack talk, we think of all that kind of stuff. All of that is Travis Konechny. Tell me I'm wrong. I could see Travis Konechny could walk into garage where you go almost every single night.
I'd have to clear that first.
And he would fit right in.
No, that's true. That's one of, when you guys have asked, like, who's a player that I, like, identify as far as, like, as he goes, the team can go, I think he can be that guy.
Yeah.
And I think that's also another Philadelphia quality.
Oh, absolutely.
2 is high for me.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Now, again, this isn't talent. This is ability.
Okay.
This is the most Philadelphia-ness.
Pick 100 Philadelphia fans, and you try and convince them that Travis Konechny is more Philly than Brandon Graham, and you see how that goes for you.
I think I just did.
I don't think you just did.
I think again, Brandon Graham could walk into any bar and the place gives him a standing ovation. Travis Konechny can walk into any bar, and he's another
Patron.
Patron.
Yeah, because one dude's giant and one dude's normal sized.
Yes, and
it's
that's
a little bit different.
normal sized. That's a big
Normal
part.
size.
That's a big thing
Okay.
for us. All right, last one.
If you're tall, you're not Philly.
Last one. Hey, you said if you're not good, you're clutch.
Yeah.
You said that about Jalen Hurts.
Incorrect.
Interesting. Yeah, and I'm the hater. Number 1, and this is going to be the most controversial one, but
you're right.
Amy knows it. I
Yeah.
told Amy during the break, and
He's right.
if you just put a lot of your own
Yes.
personal biases aside,
And think about
this
the people
person.
that you know,
Yeah.
whether it's people you work with, people that you grew up with, people that are in your neighborhood now, people who are in the neighborhood that you grew up in. This guy fits in there.
everyone knows a Nick Sirianni.
Absolutely, they do.
Everyone knows
Yes,
a Nick
they
Sirianni.
do.
He goes to the Jersey. He loves Jersey Shore.
Yeah, they
right?
know him.
Like literally, that's where he vacations. He's a head coach making millions of dollars. Could go anywhere in the world. He wants to go to the Jersey Shore. Like that's where he likes to go.
You know who else does
He's-
that?
he-
Other known Philadelphia coaches. Like Jay Wright goes to the
Yes,
store.
yeah. So Nick Sirianni, Jersey Shore. Wears the Philadelphia tuxedo or the Delco tuxedo. What do you want to call it? Because he's wearing like a Phillies hat and Eagles shirt at the same time. Even though it seems like it's pandering, I do think he actually likes it here. The other reason why I have these 5 names, those 5 guys won't run as soon as I get a call. Like, hey, would you like to go to Like Paul George. He's not here anymore. If the Clippers said, hey, Paul, we'll give you the same exact contract that Philadelphia is offering.
He was staying in L.A.
He's staying in L.A. Nico Batum went back to L.A. because the family may have wanted to stay in L.A., right? Like, there are guys, athletes and coaches, that if they were given the exact same opportunity in a different city, they would leave in a heartbeat.
Yeah. All
Nick's-
these guys would be like, I don't know.
Now, are you saying Saquon Barkley should be the answer? Because Austin Jones has a cardboard cutout of Saquon behind Amy. Right
Saquon, it's different because Saquon's from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he gets it.
He
All
already
right.
gets it.
You look like you want to question the Sirianni thing. I don't think
I
I'm
feel
wrong.
like, yeah,
No,
this one.
I do, because you started with athletes and then you brought a coach in.
He just said people.
which
He said
opens
people.
because then Vic Fangio's got to be on the list.
Well, he.
Yeah, I get okay.
Yeah,
fair.
you're
so
right.
now
Well,
we're
that's
opening
yes.
up a whole bunch of other
Yes.
stuff here.
That's your
Now,
list.
Fangio also has the Saquon, like, kind of, he's already been here. We're kind of more thinking about people that are not from here, that are clearly from outside me, for example. And then they've been here. Well, I've been
And
here
you're
for
a Philly
longer.
gal.
Sure I am. I've said it before. This is one of my favorite compliments. People ask where I went to high school. And I'm like, oh, God bless. I really wish I could
That's
tell you a
actually
good
really
one.
nice,
I
yeah.
love that one. But I feel like Saquon and Fangio having a previous relationship with the Pennsylvania and Philadelphia area puts them at an advantage. So I don't know. I think this list is for, maybe we should have qualified it, for people who truly had never stepped foot in Philadelphia before they started their job here.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much.
Fair qualifier.
That's
then.
fair. That's okay, right?
Yeah,
It's your
I
list,
think
but I
so.
feel like that's a
No,
qualifier.
but like
for-
anybody,
'cause
anybody can have
Saquon
it.
is 100%. I mean, like, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so much so that his
He might
house
have
got
the,
robbed.
He might have the drawback that Maxey has, though. Maybe a little too nice.
Maybe.
And that's not
Oh,
a
yeah.
negative thing,
But not on the field or on the court.
yeah, but they do have that kind of aura
So-
about them.
BG's nice. BG's like the nicest human of all time.
Yeah, he is actually a really, really good
Yeah,
dude.
but he's got the trash talk thing that makes you forget about how nice he is to regular people.
I've seen the gentleman. If you can't see, Saquon Barkley's behind me.
You can see
keep referencing.
literally neck down. All you can see
This
is a
guy's
float.
wild.
You see a
Which
floating
also-
hoagie right now.
the Saquon. That was like my go-to. When I saw that was his, and I was like, this is pretty much my order, word for word,
Yeah.
which is great.
And so he's a Philly guy because you guys have the same Wawa orders.
Does that make Schwarber a Philly guy?
So somebody
Yeah, can't believe he's not on the list.
Right? Because I mean, like, I
and
feel like
look,
he's
this is
blue
hard.
collar,
You're right. Philadelphia 9 chimes in.
hard worker.
He goes to
Loves
Gene,
Wawa.
Lane Johnson, Bryce Harper, Jordan Mailata, Kyle Schwarber at number 1. The only reason why I don't have Mailata on there because I wrote it down as a.
I think he loves it.
The accent?
He's huge. He's gigantic. Like,
Yeah, but he played rugby. So his
Yeah.
underdog story is not
You're
about
right.
his size. It's the fact that he never played football.
Yeah. Look, I could do a list of 50 names. And again, I hate this kind of content, but like I can also have a lot of fun with it because I know it's going to get the people going. The Smittyverse has chimed in.
Oh, there you go. Undersized.
Smitty. No, not that Smitty. Brian Smith has chimed in, formerly of Barstool. has chimed in on the
what
the
up?
YouTube chat. He says Sirianni is a great call. Thank you. You're a great man. But he thinks Harper should be in it because of the way they exude themselves, right? So he says Bryce should be top 5. He's a panderer with the Fanatic cleats and stuff, but also generally loves Philadelphia. Both things can be true. I do think Bryce loves it here.
Agreed.
I do. And he goes down the Jersey Shore too, right? But it's just, is Bryce Harper...
To take quote, is he too good?
No, not really that. It's just like, what does Bryce do that like? I'm not saying this in a derogatory way by any means. Like, when I think of Philadelphia, I think of drinking and going out and all that kind of stuff. And because of his religious,
He doesn't party. He can't be Philadelphia.
Well, I don't know. Like,
Hey, listen, you can't be tall and you got to party.
Yeah.
no, but like,
And you can't be from here or have ties here. It was we got a lot of quality.
I'll tell you what the Harper thing is.
I think
right?
you get it or you don't, right? Like
I
if you're
think he
doing
is.
this. No, I'm not saying Harper. I'm saying if you're creating this list, you get it or
Yeah.
you don't.
I think
like
he
the
is.
Philly guy. Thing.
I-
No, I think so too.
Maybe I
It's
would put him
just
at 6
Not
on the
top
list.
5 for me.
Here's the Harper thing. He got real big somewhere else. If he was like a prospect for the Phillies and came up and was here, I think it would feel different. Like Sirianni, nobody knew who he was before he was here. I think they're very much in the same vein, but because Bryce was in Washington for so long, the pandering feels different. The way he acts feels different. It's like, oh, he's trying to fit us because he signed here.
Yeah. Like, part of me feels like Bryce would have pandered to San Francisco.
See? And I don't know that that's
I don't
true.
know that that's true.
I think he fits as well, but I think people will always have that in the back of their minds because he was such a big star
You don't
in
think
another town.
think Bryce Harper would have?
I think he would have tried to, like,
Phillies and Giants were the two
Listen,
teams.
I think that he would have done a lot to ingratiate himself with the fans, but I think here it's so much easier to try to kind of blend in and kind of become part of it because of the way that we care about our sports teams. And I think that's what draws people to Philadelphia. I think, and I did it when I had my pitch for LeBron, like it is a great town that everybody's always invested. So I think if you're that type of, like if you lean that way, like people call Harper a panderer, Sirianni a panderer. They also could just be really big sports fans and love the way that the city embraces their sports team.
By the way, they're smart to pander because people gobble it up.
Who cares? I don't care if he wears, first of all, he loves the Fanatic. I think
Yes.
that's real. He loves him. He got a tattoo of him for Pete's sake.
Yeah, no, he actually really likes it.
Well, who doesn't? Come on, that
I
guy's
know
the best.
people, and those are they're strange, and I
You
always
can't
call them
trust
out
those
on them. You
people.
cannot trust
No,
them.
you can't trust those
But I
people
feel like
at all.
he wouldn't have had the opportunity to pander at a level or get involved at a level or ingratiate himself at a level at another place because it just doesn't. San Francisco doesn't lend itself to that.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like there isn't.
I got you.
It's a good sports town.
Yeah,
They
it's
also
not
probably
Philadelphia.
don't care as much.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's a good sports town.
Yeah.
Is it a great sports town?
I have Bryce Harper written here. I have more than 5 names.
Yeah,
It's just
I mean, Harper's on
I
my
put
list.
in the top 5, and I did not have him in my top 5.
I got you.
But
Now,
like, if he's 6th or 7th, is that bad?
sneaky buy stock in a guy. If there was someone in this town right now to buy stock in for that list,
LeBaron Philon Jr.
Jaylen Brown.
Ah.
Jaylen Brown's a guy that what you hear about how he goes about his business, and now winning for the Sixers would just kind of do that in and of itself. But I think he's going to be a guy that fits the city
I think so
well.
too. He also likes to go around places though. Like again, Nick Sirianni being number 1 on my list. It's really important that he vacations at the Jersey Shore. Like that is Jaylen Brown. He's all over the place, and I respect it. Like, yo, dude, you got the money. Go experience the world.
Yes.
But a Philadelphian could have all the money in the world, and they're still going down to Wildwood.
Well, yeah, because what's there to do in Boston now that he's in Philadelphia with an actual good food scene?
Well, there's no beer left because
yeah, see,
the
Scottish
Scottish
they
people
drank it all.
all of it. All right, what do we have on the text line this morning? Connor Thomas. I see a lot of people on YouTube chiming in about the top 5 list. It's hard. It's my personal list. You have your own list. It's okay.
Yeah, Harper's on my list.
All right. So,
I might bump VJ off just because he's still new.
I probably miss Schwarber. You're right. Schwarber is a
Schwarber to
good
me,
call.
like when you were talking about, I was like, that guy.
Yeah.
It made me think of it because of Wawa. I mean, you know you're good and you're Philly if Wawa's got something
that's a big
affiliated
deal.
with you.
That's a big deal. All right, what do we got?
Yeah, so one person checked in, just to clarify, it's current Philadelphia athletes. So someone said one word, Kelsey. Like,
Oh, well, I mean,
Yeah,
that's just,
yeah, dude.
it's like when you're naming things, just like there's a given. That's the given. He
Yeah,
is,
we
he
didn't
is
do
the, he is
AI.
the gold
If I
standard.
did top 5 all time, yeah, Jason
He's
Kelsey,
the
and
gold
Allen
standard.
Iverson, and Brian
Brian
Dawkins.
Dawkins. They're gold standards. You don't even have to question.
These are the
These
here
are
now.
active.
So
Yeah.
just for
these
point of
topics,
clarity.
all of these topics today have been the current city of
Current,
Philadelphia.
and we said that they have to be truly like a person that came from somewhere else, had no ties here to the area.
Yes.
This texter says Bryce is too clean-cut and polished.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And, like, look, I'm not saying you have to be a drunk to be a Philadelphian.
No, you got to be a short drunk. Andrew Salciunas, ladies and gentlemen.
You're right. You can't.
You're really selling yourself to the city
because
right now.
Too tall.
Mailata has the underdog of a completely different, obviously not a small person,
Yeah.
but he came to America, not from here.
You're right.
Never played football.
It's
And
the
is
American dream, man.
playing at the level and in a town that he loves.
Him and Eddie Murphy getting it done.
Damn right. All right, coming up next, I saw a wild story this morning that I don't know if I respect it or hate it. It's about the NBA and about something we saw throughout the course of last season that you may not have even noticed. I'll explain more coming up next. Also, I saw the Phillies record this morning against teams above 500. Connor, you talked about it yesterday. I guess I never really noticed it, but I saw what the actual record is.
Is it good?
No. You got to start winning today, man. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Phil's back in action. I'm Connor Thomas. And the Phillies had the day off yesterday following their series loss to the Dodgers. A chance to reset a little bit as they welcome the Yankees to Citizens Bank Park tonight. 6:45 p.m. first pitch for Game 1. And Jesus Luzardo takes them out against Cam Schlittler. A couple All-Stars on the mound there. Good one to watch. The team the Phils are chasing was in action yesterday. The Braves picking up another half game by beating the Padres. The Phils are now 4.5 back in the NL East and hold the second wildcard spot in the National League. We had another day of no LeBron James decision, but Shams Charania gave us a little bit more information. He joined the Pat McAfee show, talks about where the process stands right now.
Now that we're 20 days in, there's nothing left. The teams are the teams. The information's the information. LeBron has everything he needs to make a decision.
We'll keep you updated when we do hear something definitive on that and any of the news and rumors. The Eagles are just 4 days away from reporting to training camp and start their preparation for a big-time season. I mean, they all are, right? And the Union hosts the Seattle Sounders tomorrow night at 7:30. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. This update is brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy. I'm Connor Thomas on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
I'm not wrong. There was a whiny white boy era of music.
At Blink 182.
I mean, this was newer.
Who's this?
This is All Time Low. That's like the late.
Yeah, but I know
2000s.
All Time Low is from my high school days. Well, like they all sound the same.
That's
dude.
just pop punk, Drew. That's what that was.
What was the All Time Low song when we were in high school? There had to have been one of them. They'll be in Allentown in September. How about that?
I think that song came out in like 08, 09.
All right. Yeah. I
Oh,
don't-
wow. Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to say. I'll double check that.
Dear Maria, 2007, dude. That was
Oh,
the
okay.
everyone's got the swoosh
Yeah.
hair. I had it. Everyone's got the swoosh hair.
Flip it out of your hair, eyes
yeah.
all the time.
I had an era. Not proud of it.
Every teenage boy hated Bieber and had the haircut.
I had it before Bieber.
Oh, okay, my fault.
I had it before Bieber.
My mistake. You were the one who popped.
Somebody told me to grow my hair out, so I did. And believe it or not, it was a girl that told me to do it. So why wouldn't I say yes? Yes, of course I will grow my hair out for you. All right.
It's nice of you.
I saw an article this morning that I don't know what to make. So somebody named James Kemper and Noah Liptak, all right, wrote a research paper. They are professors at Texas Tech. And it's about the NBA. So do you remember, Amy, one of these small rule changes that they made going into last season? Very, very small. And it's about statistics.
I don't.
The heave rule.
Oh, yes, I do remember the heave rule.
In case people don't know, the heave rule
Won't count against the.
won't count against your percentage. So
And they had to define heave.
yes.
It's not only the act and the physical place you have to be on the court, but it's the time that has to be on the
Right.
clock.
It's one thing if you're taking a shot at the buzzer from the top of the key. That's not a heave. But we've seen Joel Embiid. Remember how he almost scored? Was it
Yeah.
against the Lakers?
Yeah.
He almost won the game. It was one of the most ridiculous shots ever.
literally.
Grabbed the rebound, threw it full court, and it rattled around the rim, popped out. They would have won the game had it gone in. So that's a heave. And so going into last season, the NBA said, all right, we're going to implement a heave rule where if a guy chucks the ball up as time expires after they grab a rebound on the opposite end, we're not going to count it against their percentage. All right, we're not going to count against their field goal attempts, field goal percentage. Do you know that these two people found that players took that shot 94% of the time last season after taking it just 58% the decade prior? I don't know what to make of it because here's the reason why. The paper said the most reluctance to shoot before the rule change was, quote, concentrated among efficient shooters and players in contract years.
So they don't want to ruin their stats?
So if you're
are you really thinking about that?
I guess so. Look, these Daryl Morey, for example, we know is a very analytical, like maybe not necessarily eye test guy, but more so a numbers guy. So Daryl Morey could go, all right, this says he's a 37% three-point shooter. This one says he's a 38% three-point shooter. Oh, 38%. We'll take that. That guy has a higher percentage. But the guy that shot 37% may have taken a bunch of heaves from across the opposite end of the court, and that goes against your three-point shooting percentage because you're behind the arc. But it also goes to show that there are guys that didn't take shots, didn't try to help their team because they were helping their wallet. Now, I'm a man about trying to make money. I'm all for it. That's why I picked radio. Like, that's why I came into this industry, because I love money. So there are people that are always trying to get theirs, and I respect that. You know, that's why we live in America, man. USA, baby. You know, it's land of opportunities. Yep. So if you're a max contract player, you probably don't care as much. But if you are a guy that's trying to be an eighth player on a roster, it does matter. Like those small percentages, because numbers are everywhere.
Yeah, it's the players on the margins. I think it was interesting that they pointed out it was in a contract year.
Correct. And
players who had a good efficiency didn't want to ruin that efficiency.
Yeah.
I think that's important. But it is contract years. You know, you always have to be wary a little bit of players' stats. I feel like because of that, because they do things like that.
Right.
And it can be a little bit inflated.
Goes to show you that we've been bamboozled for many years. Because people are like, no, I'm not going to take that shot. I mean, how many times have you seen the guy...
Or the people that do take... Steph Curry loves to take that shot.
Steph Curry loves to take a shot.
But he also can make that shot.
But he's also Steph Curry. Like, he's going to get a max contract if he was up for one. But we've seen guys pass the ball off before
to not take
when they're dribbling out the clock, they pass the ball off so they don't get the turnover, the shot clock violation. If you're holding on to the ball during the shot clock violation, you're tagged with the turnover. We have seen players. Nope.
That's when you know, like, the metrics have gone too far.
Yes.
Right.
I should be able to know a good player when I see one.
The eyeball test will always have to be the top, right? You should be able to look at the guy and say, oh, his numbers look pretty good. Let me see him. Let me see him. Let me see what he looks like.
Yeah.
If I saw a player that was doing stuff like that, like passing the ball off so he didn't get tagged with an extra turnover and shot clock garbage, I wouldn't.
That person cares about their stats. I mean, we've seen, and I get it. Like everybody that's played a sport, one game at any point, you wonder how you did, right? Like that's why stats are such a big part of sports. We've seen the player that has 20, 10, and 9, and the shot goes up, and a teammate grabs the rebound. They go,
yeah.
The Russell Westbrook rule, some might say.
We have seen players go up for rebounds, and their teammate did the right thing, go up for the rebound also, and then the teammate's upset because they didn't get the rebound, because they didn't get their triple-double. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know how much that would have actually affected the evaluation of these players. I always looked at the turnovers with the shot clock violation or the heave as more superstitious related type of thing. Like, I don't know that they actually believed it, but it was such a culture thing in the NBA. What changes with the rule is now your teammates are pissed if you don't shoot it. Because they're like, there's no reason not to throw that ball.
There was no reason to not throw it up before.
Well, yeah.
Well, yes.
There was a small reason why not to.
It's crazy that somebody actually figured that out. All right, Phillies. Amy, do you know what their record is against winning teams?
I don't, off the top of my head.
Connor, you have a guess?
I saw the the tweet yesterday. So,
Oh, really? I didn't know it was out there.
Yeah.
I just thought of it this morning. How about that? They are 27-31 against teams with records above 500. So they're not horrible, but they're the Phillies. They are supposed to be one of the better teams. They're supposed to be the 500 team that is beating the teams. 27-31 is not a great record against winning teams. And you're about to play another team with a winning record in the New York Yankees beginning tonight. Now, look, if you look around baseball, there are a lot of teams that are right around 500 because you are playing against winning teams, you're losing against winning teams. But then you look at some teams like the Braves in this division. They're 15 games over 500 against teams with winning records. The Brewers are 14 games over 500 against teams with winning records. The Dodgers, fraud watch, only 8 games above 500 with teams with winning records. And then your other first-place teams are the divisions where you're like, who's going to win? The Rays are only 4. The White Sox are 6 under 500. It's like they're not that good. And then the Rangers are at 500, 21-21. So, like, it's not like the Phillies are the only team with a record below 500, but when people say they can't beat the good teams,
The numbers.
statistically, you're correct.
and that's why with the around 5th at this point, because I haven't checked the updated strength of schedule remaining in baseball, I do have a worry about them not making the postseason.
Connor brought this up on Monday, Amy, that he's worried that there is a chance that, well, there is a chance, but you actually have the worry. I have not reached that point of sounding the alarms yet, but 5th hardest schedule in Major League Baseball the rest of the season. 4 games under 500 against teams with winning records. The run differential -15. They don't scream playoff team. If you looked at numbers, they don't scream playoff team. Much like how I said earlier, if I could say you could trade a platoon player for a starter, you'd say
You'd
yes.
be like, yeah, and then.
But I mentioned that it's Brandon Marsh, and then
say
we
no.
cry. If I said the Phillies are 56-47, you'd say, oh, of course. That makes sense. With this talent, maybe they're playing a little under expectations, but I'm not surprised that this team has a +9 record. But if I told you a team that is 4 games under 500 against teams with winning records and they have a run differential of -15, you'd think that they're under 500.
Yeah, you would. Significantly, probably.
It's amazing.
You'd be like, well, they're not. That's not a winning ball club.
Let me see. All right, they're 27-31. Here are other teams in that range and what their record is. The Pirates are 5 games under 500 with teams that they've played with records, winning records, and they're 53-50. That's another good example. I mean, there's some really bad teams in baseball. The Red Sox are 4 games over 500. They're 52-49.
Okay.
That's a worse record than the Phillies.
Yeah.
The Phillies are a very confusing team. They have a lot of confusing players. Trey Turner's confusing. There's a lot of confusing pieces on this team.
Aaron Nola.
Aaron Nola is confusing. Can look really good, and then the 4th inning happens.
Alec Bohm.
Alec Bohm's just not good.
No. That's confusing.
Come on now.
I'm counting down the days, man.
He's the only guy who hit the ball in the Dodger series.
You're right. And I still will celebrate the day he's gone. If they miss the playoffs, that means he'd be gone quicker. He's a frustrating player. Always will be. All right, coming up next. It's a Friday. I forgot to ask for questions.
Oh.
Ask Me Anything comes your way next. Text them in now.
We've been like having other stuff.
We've been so busy. 610-632-0975. Text them in now. Ask Me Anything questions. YouTube, I need your help because I did this way too last minute. Ask Me Anything. Amy will answer any question you have.
Rolling along.
Send them in now. We'll do that next here on The Fanatic.
Guts.
I have to go back and check.
I appreciate everyone for being a part of the show today. It's been fun. Your number one song that you listened to, like on a loop during high school, what was it? We've been playing all kinds of genres today. It's been a great day today. Thank you all on this Friday with Fadul. Amy Fadul in studio with us. Before we do Ask Me Amy thing, and shout out to YouTube because that was on me. I waited too long to do the Ask Me Amy thing, begging for the questions. So
we got a bunch on the text line too. Maybe the last second rapid poll is the way to do it.
All right, then maybe we'll start doing that moving forward. All right, well then I don't have the sheet that I was looking for. So, anyways, time now for Ask. I was going to tell you about the deal of the week. I know it's the Edelman Fossil place in Sewell. I don't really need to read because I've gone there as a father. It's really cool. I don't know if you heard about it. The Edelman Fossil Park. Oh, it's great. You can buy one, get one right now. Go to 975thefanatic.com/deals. The Edelman Fossil Park, and let me know when you're going, and then I'll stop by and say hi because I'm a member and I live right down the street. All right, time now for Ask Me Anything.
Now, it's time for...
What else you need to know?
Ask Me Anything?
Would you like to know more?
No. Ask me anything.
All right, Amy, I have a couple of rapid-fire ones on the YouTube chat that I will throw your way before we get to the text line. Again, thank you, everybody, for being a part of the show today. Andrew wants to know favorite White Claw flavor.
Appreciate that he thinks I'm a White Claw drinker because I am. And I don't care.
I always too. They're delicious.
I always say dealer's choice, which drives a lot of people I'm with crazy because like just pick one. But I'm a traditional black cherry.
Okay. Connor, what about you? I'm a pineapple guy.
Pineapple's good.
I never care about the flavors. Give me any
same. Yeah, same.
Yeah,
like,
they're all.
I buy the variety pack whenever I have people
Absolutely.
over.
Yes, that's the call.
All right, the other one, Dawood wants to know your favorite fast food burger.
I'm not a big burger fan. I don't do a lot of fast food burgers, but if I were to do one, it would have to be the Burger King.
Whopper,
King, yeah.
BK?
It's flame grilled. Didn't know if you knew that or not.
Yeah. Well, what about Wendy's Fresh Never Frozen? What about you, Connor? Let's hit all the advertisements.
Where?
Who else do we have? I got to think.
McDonald's.
McDonald's. Come on, bro.
You got McDonald's. I mean, a good McDonald's burger. McDonald's is the fries for me.
Oh, yeah. You can create the all-time fast food menu by getting one from every establishment. All right, what do we have on the text line?
All right, we got a question. This is pretty fitting with what we've talked about this week and some of the arguments that we've had food-wise. This texter wants to know, Amy, what's a weird or unusual food habit that you have?
I'm not a big fan of my food touching. I don't like that.
So you need one of the Zoo Pals? Zoo Pals
if
make
they
eating
had those,
fun?
If it was I use breakfast as a prime example.
Yes.
Some people will get the eggs and then they'll have maybe like a syrup situation. Or like they've got pancakes or pancakes and bacon, and they're fine with their bacon being all syrupy. Gross. Don't.
Yeah, I prefer it not being syrupy. But
some people like it. Some people take the bacon and dip it in the syrup. Can't do that.
I love that.
Thanksgiving, I would like to. I don't want gravy over everything. Gravy goes over certain
I put
things.
Gravy over everything.
It goes over mashed
the
potatoes.
Sandwich, the leftover.
Good Lord.
What?
That is absolutely
Oh,
no. Yeah, I don't
Amy.
like my food to touch.
By the way, the reason why that text was sent in was because of what Connor said yesterday.
What?
I'm going to guess that's why they texted it.
I'd imagine so.
Go ahead, Connor.
I like my Italian hoagies with oil and vinegar and mayonnaise and honey mustard.
Yeah. I am a bad food guy. Like, I know it. I have weird habits as well. That doesn't sound good.
It sounds awful.
Well,
it sounds
not
like it's going to
until you try
curdle in your stomach.
Yeah, like
That's what I'm looking for.
I prefer my food cold. I hate piping hot food. Like, my mom will make a soup and taste test it out of the freaking pot without cooling it off anything. I'm like, how do you do that? Like, that looks like it's going to hurt. Yours just sounds gross.
It just sounds gross.
You ever tried it?
No.
Not gonna.
Not gonna.
Don't want to
Don't
vomit.
knock it till you try it.
All right, what else we
We'll
got?
say people have. Mike in Charleston checks in. We brought up, or Amy, you did, boy bands earlier.
Yes.
Favorite and least favorite boy band members and why?
Well, I'm original from my childhood, New Kids from way back in the day,
Okay.
and I was a Donnie fan because he had a tattoo. My mom was very concerned that was gonna turn into which is not.
That was
going to
be your gateway.
like I was gonna be some bad boy, girl that wanted to just hang with the guys that would smoke and stuff. I don't think he smoked either, but so I don't know. I'm not a big JT fan. I'm not
Real
a
Muto?
love Real Muto, not Timberlake. I think he's meh.
Did you see JT Realmuto in a boy band?
Sure.
30 years ago. Yeah.
Zero shot.
Once you're on the 35-year-old catcher contract, you might be out of boy band age.
With all due respect, JT Realmuto's got the personality of a piece of paper, it seems like.
Also, Justin
I sat down with him. He's actually much more personable than you think.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Timberlake, to me, is just meh.
Timberlake was the halftime show of the Eagles' first Super Bowl win, and for that, he will always have a special spot in my heart.
He wasn't the best singer in NSYNC, so everybody knows this.
Hey. What else we got?
All right, we also have a check-in here. Amy, is the glass floor in basketball ever going to be a standard in college basketball or in general, like what they did in the Big Ten tournament, or was that the Big 12?
And they had to change it.
Yeah, they stopped it. Yeah,
No.
because it was glitching and everything.
No. I like that they do it. Some of the practice facilities, you see it because it's a way to measure the metrics as far as where the guys are shooting from. I think that's probably the standard. It's never going to be. The courts are wonky enough. You have some funky courts out there. We all know that during the NBA Cup mid-season tournament, the courts that you see, which for a person that, thinking about in television, we're saving those highlights. And in 10, 15 years, you're going to show these things. Like, why does the court look like that? Why is it on fire? But no, the glass court's not going to work.
Tommy John on YouTube wants to know, would you ever leave a note on your neighbor's door if they're not mowing their lawn?
Oh. Like, how long has it gone on for?
Apparently,
is it noticeable?
Yeah, noticeable.
Yeah, I might think about it. Because that's unsightly for the neighborhood.
All right. Then your team Sean Brace, because that was the debate that happened earlier this week.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not a big note person. I probably just might say something to them if I saw them. I don't think I would leave a note.
Sean Brace went note, but he did leave his address on it. So it was like, who to come talk to if you have a problem with this note. Which I respected the address portion. The note?
Note's kind of, I don't know what I would do a note. I would probably say something like, hey, Jim.
You mind mowing your lawn?
Gonna get there. If you need any help, I'll help you. I'll come over and do it.
All right, last one. Now, this is an interesting one. Sean wants to know Matt Cord's replacement, because Matt Cord announced his retirement from being the in-studio or in-arena announcer for the Philadelphia 76ers. So, because we don't know who's in the running, I'll just ask you if you could
I don't know who's in the running.
If you could pick anyone out there.
Mike Breen.
You'd be doing play-by-play more than anything else.
That's fine. He'd just say bang every time.
Yeah, that'd be awesome if he just screamed bang anytime.
I mean, let's be honest. You want to have, some catchphrases in there. You want to have Matt Cord made it so entertaining, even when the basketball was not entertaining. It'd be nice to have someone that has a little bit of flair. Or whoever the guys are that do the Hornets games.
Thank you. We had a fight about Eric Collins
They're
earlier this
crazy.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
They're crazy.
I
love them.
I'm sorry. I hated when the games were on Amazon.
You're such an old man.
They're crazy. It didn't work as much as it does with the Hornets. I saw the Amazon game. I was like, But Mike Breen, give me Mike. I think he's very good.
Mike Breen.
But he's more.
The main Hornets guy was doing like the softball league calls, and he was freaking out the same way.
Yeah.
No, but if it was a real good play, I get it. It was like Joel Embiid would grab a rebound the first quarter and he'd scream about it.
Because I'm sure they talked to him like, hey, we need you to bring your shtick here.
Yeah. I don't know who had the idea of doing that.
Me.
All right. Everybody have a great weekend.
Have a good weekend, everyone.
We'll be back at it on Monday. Are you in both days next week as of right now?
As of right now.
Well, you'll be in on John Kincaid's final day next Friday.
As long as unless you have like other stuff, I can come in on another day. Like a farewell, bon voyage.
Tuesday, Friday. Show continues. So next week will be the final week of John Kincade here at the Fanatic. So that begins on Monday. It's just going to be tears for 5 days for 4 hours a day. We're just going to cry the entire time.
I got to hydrate.
John Kincade will be back next week. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Middays with Mark's next here on the Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic.